Chapter 801. Chapter 801. Hunt down in truth. The disparity in strength between the two wasn't so huge. However, Yi Shiwen had Tianyuan mirror that had ascended to a transcendent tool to protect himself. The power it released was far stronger than what Wei Mingyang imagined. Impossible. This is impossible. Wei Mingyang continuously spat out blood. He seemed to have succumbed to his inner demon, approaching the verge of losing his mind. He just kept repeating the word impossible. Yi Shiwen had crushed his confidence previously. Somehow, he managed to rebuild it with his hatred towards Yi Shiwen. However, the nature of it seemed deformed and even fanatical. His confidence this time came from his increase in strength. The thought of being able to eliminate Yi Shiwen had allowed him to stay in one piece. Unfortunately, his yet another defeat in the hands of Yi Shiwen spawned chaos within him. After realizing that this basis of confidence crumbled, he ended up being hysterical. "Idiot! Faster, get back to your senses." Suddenly, an old voice resounded from beside. The voice was like a slap to his head, pulling Wei Mingyang back from his self-doubt and the abyss of self-deprivation. The one that spoke was a black-shirt old man. It was an old man full of vigor, seemingly an authoritative great elder of the 8 Stars School. All the supreme elders within the 8 Stars School were all his juniors. From Yi Zaiwen's point of view, his strength might even be top-notch. His aura was much scarier compared to Wei Mingyang and was almost comparable to the emergence school leader. Wei Mingyang instantly came back to his senses. His entire face was flushed due to frustration. He said, "I'm too incapable and had shamed the 8 Stars School." This is nothing. Who hasn't experienced defeat in their life? It's not scary to lose. Most importantly, you have to stand up again from where you fall off. Since this little kid caused your inner demons to sprout, kill him. After clearing away all of your inner demons, you'll be able to improve, said the 8 Stars School's great elder, indifferently, as if Yi Shiwen was someone he could freely dispose of. "Thanks for your lectures, great elder." Wei Mingyang calmed down his emotions and suppressed his wounds. He had an extremely high-end healing martial art. After a short while, he had recovered from his injuries. He looked at Yi Shiwen like a savage. "Today shall be the day you die. You chose to walk the path of death, even when there was another pathway for you to live. Boy, you're not bad. Sadly, you'll only live until here," said the 8 Stars School's great elder with a hint of pity, as if he was looking at a product of art that was going to shatter. In an instant, his silhouette shook, and he appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. Numerous blade cheese materialized from thin air and condensed fanatically. "Jiang! Jiang! Jiang!" A huge clank after another resounded. Numerous blade cheese that filled the skies instantly slashed downwards and attempted to kill Yi Shiwen off in an instant. It was boundless and endless, as if the skies were raining blade cheese. Such a terrifying power was much stronger than Wei Mingyang's previous display of strength. Every layer of blade chi was already comparable to Wei Mingyang's fully committed strike. This top-notch expert was already terrifying enough. Worse still, he was an expert that hadn't been making improvements after ascending the Transcendent Realm first level. When he couldn't make improvements, he could only research further in his martial art techniques. After so many years, no one knew how much knowledge had he accumulated or how strong he was. Boom! The entire space distorted and was cut piece by piece by the blade chi. It was indeed a terrifying sight to behold. Following a few rays of golden lights, the blade chis pierced through Yi Zaiwen's body. The great elder could only watch Yi Shiwen turning into rays of golden lights, disappearing from the blade formation. When Yi Shiwen reappeared once more, he was already more than 10 miles away. The large pair of wings behind him were continuously flapping, and sounds of actual thunder followed along. Yi Zaiwen's gaze became serious. He never expected the old man to be so troublesome. If he didn't expand the devil wings at the most crucial moment to evade the Great Elder's attacks, he might have been pierced through an ungodly amount of times. This was a terrifying strength coming from the world's most terrifying top-notch expert. Yi Shiwen did not hesitate any further. He immediately turned around and left. If it was Wei Mingyang alone, Yi Shiwen had the confidence to kill him. Even if only the 8 Stars School's Great Elder was present, Yi Shiwen could find the opportunity to kill him by using the Tianyuan mirror against him. However, his opponent wasn't a single Transcendent Realm expert. Instead, he brought along more than 10 of them. At this point, almost all of them were going to arrive soon. He wasn't a lunatic. He was aware of the difference in strength between him and the group of Transcendent Realm experts. It was not compensable by any means. At such a moment, he had no other choice but to run away. "He's running away. Chase after him." Seeing Yi Shiwen fleeing, Wei Mingyang didn't care about the wounds on his body anymore. He was the first to chase after Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was his inner demon, a terrifying inner demon. It was an inner demon that he had never experienced before. If he couldn't kill Yi Shiwen, the repercussions might be too horrifying. He was merely defeated by Yi Shiwen today, and such serious repercussions had already arisen. If there wasn't the 8 Stars School's Great Elder's reminder, he might have entered the vortex of self-depravity. In fact, he might even end up exploding internally. All these happened because of Yi Shiwen. During their previous fight, he was treated like a dog by Yi Shiwen. To him, it was a too shameful experience. Behind him, the dozens of Transcendent Realm experts were all chasing after Yi Shiwen hurriedly, just like a barrage of arrows that were released from a bow. Yi Shiwen turned around and entered the green miasma. He realized that the miasma was corroding his protective chi. It should be known that his Star Beast avatar had already ascended to the Transcendent Realm. As long as the laws around him exist, it would automatically protect his body, and a protection aura would even form around him. Regular attacks wouldn't even be able to break through his protective aura. However, the protective aura was now being eroded by the miasma with a buzzing sound whistling in the air. He was aware of how terrifying the miasma was. If a sage realm expert came in, they would have to be cautious while at the same time only left with the energy to defend themselves. If someone below the sage realm entered here, they might dissolve into a puddle of blood. Although the place he was in was weird, he didn't have the room to overthink it. He had dozens of Transcendent Realm experts behind him chasing after him. They entered the miasma and hurriedly rushed towards him. Yi Zaiwen's speed was breakneck. He almost displayed his fullest speed. The devil wings were already flapping fanatically. However, the group of people behind him weren't slow either. They were chasing after him very tightly. All of them took out their martial instruments that helped with speed. Although their actual speed wasn't as quick as Yi Shiwen, they could match Yi Zaiwen's speed using these flying devices. The scene was like stars chasing the moon. Yi Zaiwen's wind wings had yet to achieve its great mastery state. Although the lightning wing's explosive speed was already at its maximum within each short burst, it was useless in such a situation. If his wind wings had also achieved great mastery, these people wouldn't even catch up with him. He would then be able to go on the offense or defense anytime he desired. Just as he was feeling frustrated, thinking of how to shake off these people, the 8 Star School group was also feeling frustrated. The martial instrument below their feet was the 8 Star School's top-notch 8 Stars flying device. The 8 Star School's flying device was separated into different levels, from 1 star to 8 stars. Naturally, the 8 Stars ones were of the highest level. However, its numbers were extremely scarce. The entire 8 Star School only had around 10 or more. Due to the scarcity, very rarely would a Transcendent Realm expert possess this 8 Stars flying device. It already possessed the most top-notch speed, yet couldn't catch up to Yi Shiwen. For them, this was like a miracle. "How can he be so fast?" said Wei Mingyang a little furiously. "What's the hurry? How long can he maintain such extreme speed?" He can't go on like this continuously. As long as we're patient, we'll catch up to him sooner or later. Contrary to the furious Wei Mingyang, the 8 Stars School's great elder seemed confident. He was experienced and immediately identified Yi Zaiwen's biggest weakness. Yi Shiwen couldn't exert such speed continuously. It was the same even if Yi Shiwen had ascended to the transcendent realm. Although one's maximum speed would experience growth after ascending to the transcendent realm, Qi's consumption would also multiply by a considerable amount. No one could continue to fly at such a high speed. Even if they had things like elixirs to help replenish their Qi, it was useless. How long could they continue to go on? A year? 2 years? 3 years? The great elder, who lived for 7,000 to 8,000 years, was not bothered to chase after someone for a few years. Even if it took 10 to 20 years, everything would be worth it as long as he managed to catch Yi Shiwen. With this, he would be able to take care of Wei Mingyang's inner demon. Yi Shiwen wasn't aware of the 8 Stars School's great elder's thoughts. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't be affected. Even if his body had the Star Beast Avatar's extremely dense Qi, he wouldn't be able to consume it infinitely. However, he had a dragon vein within the Tianyuan mirror. If the situation calls for it, he could even extract the power from the dragon vein. If one wanted to wait for him to finish consuming all his Qi, it would take up to a few hundred years, even if he was flying at his maximum speed. He could afford to wait. However, would these 8 Stars Schools people who had already located the pathway to the ancient Baron's continent willing to wait? However, he didn't want to wait for so long. He had to think of a way to brush them off, as he didn't want to continuously be hunted down by someone else for tens of years. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen heard the sound of water flowing. Through the green miasma, Yi Shiwen saw a huge, boundless yellow lake. Yellow Springs. It's the Yellow Springs. After so many years, Yi Shiwen finally saw the Yellow Springs once more. Chapter 802. Chapter 802. Taking the red spider lily, the so-called Yellow Springs was made out of corpse wax. The last time Yi Shiwen saw the Yellow Springs flowing was when he was still in the Thousands Demon Beasts Island. Judging by the scale of Yellow Springs, many people had died. The size of the Yellow Springs in front of him was extravagantly huge. It seemed to span across hundreds of miles. When a person dies, the amount of corpse wax released from the corpse was pitifully small. For the Yellow Springs to form on this scale, many lives would need to be taken. Even if the size wasn't as massive as the one in the Thousands Demon Beasts Island, it was already shocking enough. The surface of the Yellow Springs was in a weird, motionless state. Only 3 crimson, red flowers were standing still within. It exuded an alluring fragrance, portraying the image of a beautiful treasure. Red spider lily. Yi Shiwen heaved a deep breath. Although he had never truly seen a red spider lily before, he knew the myths regarding it. The red spider lily blooms for 1,000 years and withers for another 1,000 years. When its flower blooms, its leaves would wither and vice versa. The two would never meet each other. When the red spider lily bloomed, the gate of another side of the world would open up as well. One could only face helplessness upon the Narracade Bridge. When they walked to the world of death, they would step on these tragically beautiful flowers, which would lead them to the netherworld. The red spider lily would grow by the river of forgetfulness, which would guide souls to the netherworld. It's the only flower in the netherworld, and this flower would only bloom in Yellow Springs. According to rumors, the scenery to the netherworld was only filled with these red spider lilies. As such, there could only be one kind of flower that blooms within the Yellow Springs, the red spider lily. The last time he was in the Thousands Demon Beasts Island, he did not come across a red spider lily. While he didn't know if it had been taken away by someone else or not, he knew that no one had taken away the red spider lilies here. It would bloom for 1,000 years and wither for another 1,000 years. Currently, the red spider lily was at its most prosperous state. However, the legends said that the red spider lilies only grew by the Yellow Springs side. Now, It grew in the middle of the yellow springs. Could it be they are not red spider lilies? However, Yi Mo's words affirmed his guess. Yi Shiwen, this is the red spider lily and also the yellow springs flower. Quickly harvest all of them, yelled Yi Mo. Yi Shiwen did not hesitate any further. He instantly rushed inside. Although he didn't know what kind of uses the red spider lilies posed, he knew that Yi Mo must have had a reason for saying that. When Yi Shiwen flew to the top of the yellow springs, he dived towards the red spider lilies, just like an eagle diving for its prey. When the tip of his toes touched the river, a loud sizzling sound could be heard. The lake water eroded more than half of the protective aura on his body. Yi Shiwen didn't dare to stop operating his aura to fend off the corrosion. At the same time, his hands grabbed the red spider lilies by the stem and ripped it with full force. However, he felt his body being weighed down. A corpse was pulled out along with the red spider lily. It was an extremely emaciated corpse. Even after being dipped within the yellow springs for so long, there weren't many changes on his corpse. It still looked brand new, and one could tell that he was an old man with an ancient style of clothing choice. Yi Shiwen then realized that the red spider lily was growing on this corpse. This is so creepy. He felt goosebumps all over his body. However, he didn't have any time to hesitate now. He pulled the red spider lily away from the corpse. In almost an instant, the emaciated hand launched itself towards him. Below him, the old man that had died for a long time suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were white-gray, and it was filled with deathly stillness. However, his actions were swift. In almost an instant, his hand had virtually reached Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen moved in that instant as well. His speed was rapid. In almost a moment, his thin and white palm pressed onto the chest of the corpse. The muffled sound of metal clashing against each other resounded. The corpse was deeply wounded and sunk into the yellow springs. Yi Shiwen was surprised. The instant he pulled out the red spider lily from the corpse instantly returned to life. Yi Shiwen wasn't even prepared for it. If it wasn't for the lightning wing's extremely horrifying, explosive speed upon achieving big success, he might not even have a chance to evade it, let alone to strike back. What surprised him even more was how strong the corpse was after it had been drenched within the yellow springs for countless years. He knew reasonably well of how strong the star beast avatar's physical body was, and yet he didn't manage to shatter the corpse. The sound of metal clashing even resounded. Although the corpse was gravely wounded, it wasn't killed instantly. To him, this was already considered an anomaly, based on the physical body alone. Only if his own body reached the transcendent realm would he be able to oppress the corpse. Otherwise, if he couldn't, then only those top-notch batch of people could. It was apparent how out of the ordinary this yellow springs was. "What functions does the red spider lily possess?" asked Yi Shiwen. He did not hastily take the other two lilies. His previous experience already made him realize that the two other red spider lilies must be growing on some other corpses as well. Before being clear of the situation, he didn't want to act hastily. According to the legends, the red spider lily grows by the side of the netherworld's yellow springs. It signifies the different sides of life and death. The red spider lilies would absorb the essence of the yellow springs every day, which results in their growth. Said Yi Mo, usually the so-called yellow springs is formed by the corpse wax released by corpses. It's the essence of these corpses. At the same time, they are extremely poisonous as well. If someone were to fall inside, even their bones wouldn't remain. Only the red spider lilies would grow on it under such an environment and absorb its essence. When a red spider lily grows on a certain corpse, it implies that the corpse's entire essence is gathered within the red spider lily on top of it. That corpse just now might have already reached the transcendent realm. If your original body were to consume it, breaking through to the half-step transcendent realm wouldn't be a problem. It would be extremely beneficial even for a transcendent realm expert. As expected, this is a valuable treasure. Yi Shiwen was immediately thrilled. No wonder Yi Mo wanted me to take this red spider lily away. The value of these 3 red spider lilies is definitely insurmountable. Of course, it also depended on what kind of corpse it was growing on. If it were a red spider lily that grew on a great sage's corpse, it wouldn't be as beneficial to Yi Shiwen anymore. However, even so, he would gain an incredible amount of wealth if it were to be sold outside. Thinking about it, Yi Shiwen extended his hand to grab the other red spider lilies. With his previous experience, Yi Shiwen was now extremely careful. The instant he plucked the red spider lilies, he immediately struck the corpses below to the yellow spring's bottom. Like what Yi Shiwen had expected, the instant he plucked out the red spider lily, the corpse reacted. Its moves were as swift as the wind. It was the zombie of a transcendent realm expert's corpse. Yi Zaiwen's expression turned a little serious. It should be known that the stronger one was, the harder it was to become a zombie. The reason was that the laws of the world protected them. It would only be possible if it happened in an extremely Een environment of the land filled with Een's power. Yellow Springs was one of those places. If an expert became a zombie, it might cause a zombie apocalypse. This was the scary part of this place. However, before he could overthink it, the 8 Stars School experts had already rushed over to him. Everything that happened previously might have sounded long, but only a moment had passed. Yi Shiwen only managed to take away 2 red spider lilies before the 8 Stars School's experts arrived. This is the red spider lily. The 8 Stars School's great elder was extremely knowledgeable and immediately recognized the red spider lily. Greed flashed across his eyes. That's the red spider lily. Don't let Yi Shiwen get it. They had to choose between either acquiring the red spider lily or hunting Yi Shiwen down. They decided to acquire the red spider lily first. As for Yi Shiwen, they just assumed that he wouldn't be able to escape. At such a moment, it was much more critical to acquire the red spider lily. Besides, not all of them were required to snatch the red spider lily. Only one person would be sufficient. Wei Mingyang immediately rushed out. It was apparent that he knew what kind of benefits the red spider lily possessed. If he managed to consume the red spider lily, his cultivation would then experience a surge. He would even be able to contend against experts that had ascended the Transcendent Realm first level. He wasn't able to resist such temptations. The other 8 Stars School's experts were coldly staring at Yi Shiwen. While they were preventing him from taking action against Wei Mingyang, they were also preventing him from escaping. Haha, today is such a lucky day. I even managed to come across a red spider lily. The heavens are truly in my favor today. A loud laugh came from a distance. Following that laughter, more than 10 strong voices resounded in front of everyone. White Sun Sect. The 8 Stars School's great elder narrowed his eyes. His gaze became cold and terrifying. The group of people that came were from the White Sun Sect, one of the extraterrestrial overlords. The dozens of Transcendent Realm experts behind him were all the elites of the White Sun Sect. The 8 Stars School's great elder instantly recognized the middle-aged man leading the group. It was none other than one of the White Sun Sect's supreme elder, Fu Buping. Many years ago, the two of them had already fought against each other multiple times. The two of them could already consider each other as old foes. It's you. The middle-aged man, Fu Buping, also saw the group of 8 Stars School experts. Yi Shiwen was neglected by him. As Yi Shiwen was alone, I never expected to see you here. Since you've arrived here so early, you must have harvested the other red spider lilies. How about leaving this to our White Sun Sect? You, the 8 Stars School's great elder, was instantly enraged. What kind of reasoning is this? What do you mean by I have harvested others just because I arrived here earlier than you? Just because I had gathered some, I must leave this red spider lily to your White Sun Sect? Since you want it so much, come take it with your own strength. He would not give up on the red spider lily. After all, it was also extremely beneficial for Transcendent Realm experts. If a half-step Transcendent Late Realm expert were to consume it, it would be much easier for them to ascend to the transcendent realm. Chapter 803. Chapter 803. The experts arriving one after another. This meant that the red spider lily could create a transcendent realm expert. They definitely would not let this opportunity pass. Everyone in the White Sun sect had a serious expression on their face as well. They didn't want to let go of this red spider lily as well. Whatever the 8 Stars School could think of, they would naturally be able to as well. The calm yellow springs started to release its aura, which stirred waves from the lake with their arrival. It was a mess deep within the lake. Various corpses were lying all around. Suddenly a corpse moved. It opened its eyes, and 2 rays of bloodlights shot towards the skies. Yi Shiwen was calmly standing by the surface of the lake. He wasn't feeling uncomfortable standing between the 2 sides. After all, he was confident in his speed. Even if the 2 sides were to corner him, he had the confidence to escape unharmed. Mingyang, do it! The 8 Stars School's Great Elder yelled. Simultaneously, the dozens of Transcendent Realm experts, led by the 8 Stars School, stood horizontally in front of the White Sun sect's experts. They wanted to keep the red spider lily for themselves. You're seeking death. Fu Buping was instantly enraged. The 8 Stars School was not holding them in high regard. In such a situation, he couldn't hold it in anymore. Although they worked together to oppress the true martial domain's local forces, they were not united. Other than a few matters, they were mostly hostile against each other. In fact, they were each other's competitors. It benefited them more to have other forces eliminated. Fu Buping immediately took action. An intense, radiating light surged from his hand and instantly flew towards the 8 Stars School's Great Elder. The 8 Stars School's Great Elder held a long saber in front of him. The 8 Stars' royalty-shattering saber slashed out and went up against Fu Buping's attack. The 2 terrifying top-notch experts instantly released a horrifying attack against each other. Other experts of the White Sun sect and the 8 Stars sect also started fighting against each other. The entire situation became havoc. Wei Mingyang, who was on the other side, started to make a move. He extended his hand and attempted to grab the red spider lily. At that moment, the motionless Yi Shiwen suddenly moved. He shot out like a cannon bolt and lunged himself towards the direction of Wei Mingyang. Wei Mingyang could only feel a sense of chill shooting towards him. Immediately, a surge of horrifying aura enveloped him and engulfed him within. Yi Shiwen, it's you again! Wei Mingyang yelled. He never expected Yi Shiwen to still go against him even under such circumstances. The norm would be for Yi Shiwen to escape when the 2 sides were fighting against each other. At such a moment, he couldn't pay any attention to Yi Shiwen anymore. He also didn't want to. After all, the red spider lily was much more important. With the red spider lily, he would ascend the Transcendent Realm first level peak very quickly. With that, Yi Shiwen wouldn't be worth anything in his eyes anymore. He could kill him whenever he wants to. Yi Zaiwen's speed was quick, but Wei Mingyang was a step ahead. He snatched the red spider lily and grabbed it out of the lake with a smug expression. So what if Yi Shiwen is strong? He's still slower than me. However, his smile quickly froze. A pale, white hand enveloped in a layer of horrifying corpse aura instantly rose and grabbed his hand with lightning speed. Wei Mingyang's attention was all on Yi Shiwen. Seeing how he was faster than Yi Shiwen, he felt that he had won, which made him let down his guard. However, to his surprise, a calamity was now befalling upon him. Bang! Wei Mingyang flew out like a kite that broke its strings. His blood splattered everywhere. Roar! An extremely horrifying shriek resounded from the corpse. Its voice was hoarse and unpleasant. It didn't feel like it was alive at all. A tall zombie jumped out of the lake. Its expression was too ruthless, and its eyes were crimson red. It looked like it had just awakened from its slumber. It rushed towards Wei Mingyang with the intent to kill him. The zombie was extremely fast, and it was very agile. It managed to catch up with Wei Mingyang midair. It opened its claws and did a seemingly casual swipe towards Wei Mingying. However, contrary to its casual actions, various profundities of martial arts were contained within. A transcendent realm zombie was much more different compared to a regular zombie. Although regular zombies were produced from dead bodies, they were considered a brand new living being. Although it was a being that was neither alive nor dead, it was still considered a brand new living being. It had no more relations to its past life. If it could cultivate to a higher realm, it would become another expert. However, after a zombie ascended to the transcendent realm, some of its memories would automatically be awakened. Some martial arts experience and memories would awaken, which made it much more horrifying. If a zombie had already ascended the transcendent realm in its past life, it would automatically contain its memories of its previous life upon becoming a zombie, including stuff like martial arts experiences. However, it was still a different entity from its previous life. Combining the zombie martial arts and the martial arts it learned from its previous life would be much stronger and would be much harder to deal with. Rip. The vast claws scratched Wei Mingying's body and tore a massive wound on his chest. A huge chunk of bloody flesh was ripped apart. Wei Mingying let out a tragic scream, and his wound instantly turned green. The attack had poisoned him. It was an extremely potent corpse poison. Wei Mingying's face slowly became pale, and his eyes slowly turned blood red. This was the sign of him suffering from the corpse poison and was turning into a zombie himself. The corpse poison of a transcendent realm zombie was potent. If Wei Mingying wasn't a transcendent realm expert himself, that scratch might have instantly turned him into a zombie. You animal! Die! The turn of events shocked everyone. The 8 Stars School's great elder was deeply enraged. He couldn't care about the fight against the White Sun sect's fu-booping anymore, and he slashed his sword against the zombie. The force of his saber was unparalleled, and it descended like a group of meteors. It instantly blew away the corpse aura protecting the zombie and slashed downwards. Splash! The zombie was sliced in half, and its green blood splattered across the entire Yellow Springs. Although the zombie had already ascended the transcendent realm, it could only be considered a regular transcendent realm zombie. While it might be effective in ambushing the Wei Mingying, who wasn't paying attention, it was far from being able to go against the 8 Stars School's great elder. The White Sun sect didn't have the intention to continue their attacks either. While a red spider lily was extremely rare, they didn't want to sacrifice 10 or more transcendent realm experts solely for one red spider lily. After all, it had already been snatched away by an 8 Stars School's expert. It would be difficult to snatch it back again. Although it was a bit of a pity, they were feeling satisfied, seeing Wei Mingying's horrible state. Go ahead, snatch it. How's it? You've suffered now, huh? After killing the zombie, the 8 Stars School's experts were busy trying to suppress the corpse poison within Wei Mingying's body. Since they knew that the current location was a horrifying ancient battlefield, they had naturally prepared some techniques to deal with the zombies or ghosts. They all brought along the medicine capable of curing the corpse poison. However, they were still a little too slow. Wei Mingying had been poisoned to the core. The poison couldn't be cleared away within a short amount of time. It could only be suppressed using their cultivation. Yi Shiwen, is this your doing? The 8 Stars School's great elder stared at Yi Shiwen with a hostile gaze. The matter that just happened was too weird. Even if Wei Mingying wasn't wary of the zombie, it should still be difficult for that transcendent realm zombie to catch him. Yi Shiwen shrugged and said, "How should I know? I haven't even reached his side. No one expected a zombie to be hiding below. I can only say this is his fate." Fate? Haha. The various people from the White Sun sect laughed together. Even if others were afraid of the 8 Stars sect, the White Sun sect did not pale in comparison in terms of strength. They weren't afraid of the 8 Stars sect at all. Other than going against the true martial school's local forces, they had nothing to cooperate for. The degree of hate they harbored for each other far surpasses the true martial school, who had been turtling themselves within the true martial domain. The faces of the 8 Stars School's experts turned pale. If it were any other people, they would have torn the person who insulted them apart a long time ago. After all, the person had the audacity to shame the 8 Stars School. However, Yi Shiwen was different. They didn't fear him because of how strong he was. Instead, they couldn't even catch up to Yi Shiwen. It had already been certified previously. Even if they managed to catch up to him, it would be a long time after this. If you didn't cause Ming Yang to lose his focus just now, he wouldn't be caught by the zombie. It's all your fault. The 8 Stars School's great elder stared at Yi Shiwen with an ice-cold gaze and gritted his teeth. Wei Mingyang had already lost against Yi Shiwen several times. Every single experience was considered shaming the 8 Stars School. "How's it related to me?" said Yi Shiwen coldly with a plain expression. However, he was already feeling very joyful deep within his heart. In all actuality, this was something he had set up. Exactly like what the 8 Stars School's great elder had said, if it weren't for him distracting Wei Mingyang, causing Wei Mingyang's attention to be focused on him, Wei Mingyang wouldn't be ambushed by that zombie. After all, Wei Mingyang was still slightly stronger compared to that zombie. That was why Yi Shiwen deliberately took action. Although he knew that he wouldn't be able to prevent Wei Mingyang from snatching it, everything else had gone according to his plan. That zombie had ambushed Wei Mingyang. Of course, he definitely would never admit it. "So, you're Yi Shiwen?" A hint of surprise appeared on Fu Buping's face, and he looked at Yi Shiwen. He naturally knew of this prodigy that recently emerged from the true martial school. In fact, after some White Sun sect experts returned to their sect, they had even described Yi Shiwen vividly, which made him very well known within the White Sun sect. However, before Yi Shiwen could answer, 2 loud laughing noises resounded from the skies. Chapter 804, Main Body Entering the Half. Chapter 804, Main Body Entering the Half-Step Transcendent Realm. What day is it today? Why are all of you gathered here? Could it be that you've discovered some treasure? That's right. That's right. If it's something good, you better not keep them to yourself. Following 2 savage laughters, 2 groups of men appeared by the skies. A flicker flashed across the people's eyes from the 8 Stars School and the White Sun sect. There were also 10 or more people within each of the 2 groups, and they were all Transcendent Realm experts. Only Transcendent Realm experts would dare to rush deep within this area. Others would have to venture by the outside slowly. The 2 groups of people weren't people that are easy to deal with. Yi Shiwen was quite familiar with them. They were the experts of the Heavenly Martial Sect, as well as the Meteor Sect. In fact, there was even his old opponent, Ran Qingtian, within the Heavenly Martial Sect's group. However, compared to the fanatical Wei Mingyang that was filled with jealousy, Ran Qingtian seemed to be better. It was apparent that Yi Shiwen oppressed him until it reached an unbearable state. The one leading the Heavenly Martial Sect was the Heavenly Martial Sect's elder that came to the true martial school previously. As for the one leading the Meteor Sect, it was the previous Meteor Sect's elder. The instant they saw Yi Shiwen, they were like enemies that harbored deep vengeance against each other. "It's you. It's really you." They were indeed enemies that held deep vengeance against each other. Although Ran Qingtian did not end up like Wei Mingyang, he still had infinite killing intent towards Yi Shiwen. As for the Meteor Sect's elder, he was shamed previously by the old city lord. Now he couldn't contain his desire to kill every single disciple from the true martial school. "Fancy finding you through sheer luck here, after we've been searching for you for so long." The Meteor Sect elder laughed loudly. There were hints of vengeance and happiness within his laughter. To him, the old city lord's method of dealing with him already made him shameful enough. If I can kill the prodigy, which the true martial school is so proud of, wouldn't that be super satisfying? You also hold a grudge against this kid? Let's team up together and kill this kid first then. Seeing how the 2 groups of people held grudges against Yi Shiwen as well, The 8-Star School's great elder suggested. All right, let's kill him first. Ran Qingtian of the Heavenly Martial Sect said while gritting his teeth. He harbored extreme hate towards Yi Shiwen. Only the people from the White Sun sect didn't harbor any deep vengeance towards the true martial school. They didn't have to work together with others to kill Yi Shiwen. Seeing the other 3 forces looking at him, Fu Buping shrugged and said, "Why are you looking at me? I'm not familiar with this Yi Shiwen at all. I won't help him, nor would I help all of you." Seeing how the White Sun sect wasn't biased towards anyone, the 3 forces let out a relief. As long as the White Sun sect didn't interfere, killing Yi Shiwen would be a matter of time. Everything would be much simpler. Yi Shiwen was secretly on his guard. Any forces here had the capabilities of giving him a headache. If the 3 forces were to team up with each other, it was sufficient to kill him until nothing remains. At such a moment, he could only choose to escape. Yi Zaiwen's original body sat in a lotus position within the Tianyuan mirror. 2 fresh red spider lilies were placed in front of him. He operated the observing person scripture. The current observing person scripture was becoming more and more complete. It gradually resembled a small universe. The qi within his body surged. Under his guidance, one of the red spider lilies in front of him started to shatter inch by inch. They transformed into extremely pure energy and surged within Yi Zaiwen's body. Although it was only a little, it was the purest of the purest essence within the body of a transcendent realm expert. It was the purest energy. This was the strongest part about the red spider lily. If it were some average turbid energy, even Yi Shiwen wouldn't dare to absorb it. Now, the impurities were pushed away from the red spider lily's energy. It formed extremely pure energy, and anyone could absorb it. He was currently within the Great Sage, Great Perfection realm. With only a little push, he would be able to ascend the half-step transcendent realm. His foundations were already rock solid. He just needed an opportunity and also a stimulant. And now, the red spider lily was the most natural and the best opportunity for him. Although there were only a few amounts of energy, it was still the transcendent realm's energy. After the surge of energy entered Yi Zaiwen's body, it was like quantitative changes that lead to qualitative changes. It caused Yi Zaiwen's great sage realm's energy to undergo transformation. The half-step transcendent realm still had the words transcendent realm in it. They also possessed the power of the transcendent realm. However, Yi Shiwen lacked an opportunity to transform his powers into such a form. Now that this surge of energy entered his body, the energies within Yi Zaiwen's body were instantly surging, and transformations were happening. With a bang, the first trace of energy belonging to a half-step transcendent realm appeared within Yi Zaiwen's body. It was just like the first ray of sunlight of the world that broke through chaos itself. It instantly rose in quality. It was just like a flood that was released from the dam. It caused the firm barrier of cultivation within Yi Zaiwen's body to crumble. The half-step transcendent realm's barrier was also slowly being broken through. He wasn't aware of what was happening in the outside world, and he didn't care as well. He just let the Star Beast avatar handle everything. If there was something that even the Star Beast avatar couldn't settle, it would be useless even with his main body around. Besides, with his demon wings, it wouldn't be that simple for them to chase after the Star Beast avatar. With the guidance of this force, Yi Zaiwen's breakthrough was going forward with unstoppable momentum. In almost an instant, everything was shattered apart. Another wave of energy burst out. However, he wasn't able to truly make a step. There was no more momentum within his qi. When clashing against the barrier of cultivation, the consumption of qi is much larger than anything else. At the same time, elixirs were burning everywhere within the Tianyuan mirror. They turned into spiritual energy and were instilled within his body, helping his breakthrough. Just as his qi's momentum was lost, this wave of spiritual energy transformed into his qi, and the breakthrough started again. The continuous breakthrough took an unidentifiable amount of time. It might have been a minute, or an hour, or an entire era. The cultivation barrier within Yi Zaiwen's body was finally broken through. Boom! In an instant, a surge of majestic aura burst out from his body. Under Yi Zaiwen's continuous advancement, the firm cultivation barrier finally crumbled. Yi Zaiwen's aura was instantly raised by a considerable margin. After the Star Beast avatar ascended, Yi Zaiwen's main body had finally entered the half-step transcendent realm as well. Compared to the Star Beast avatar, he was late by 10 years. However, he was indifferent. After all, his original body couldn't be as lucky as the Star Beast avatar. The Star Beast avatar itself already possesses a powerful bloodline as well as talent. Besides, the Star Beast avatar's blood essence could even absorb and devour. Its situation was much better compared to previous years. The foundations of his original body were also much weaker compared to the Star Beast avatar. He didn't consider his advancement slow, even if he only ascended to the half-step transcendent realm now. After all, when Huang Wuji and the others were still in the Great Sage Great Perfection realm, Yi Shiwen was still in the Sage realm. Now, Yi Shiwen finally had the intention of seeing what was happening in the outside world. Although the Star Beast avatar and his main body were mentally connected, he had previously shut off all communication forms upon entering his close cultivation. It was done to prevent being interrupted from his close cultivation. The current situation in the outside world was a mess. The three overlord forces were all staring at the Star Beast avatar with a strong desire to get rid of it. Yi Shiwen circulated the qi in his entire body and was ready to escape any time. The wings behind him were also prepared to launch itself. The situation entered a stalemate with the three forces staring intently at Yi Shiwen. Just as the three forces wanted to take action, and Yi Shiwen was about to run away, the bubbles' sound resounded from the yellow springs, and a few red spider lilies rose from within. They initially still had the appearance of flower buds. After rising to the surface of the yellow springs, they slowly bloomed one after another. The bright color was so radiating in the eyes of everyone. "Red spider lily!" everyone exclaimed. The experts from the Meteor sect and the Heavenly Martial sect arrived late and weren't aware of what was happening here. The so-called treasure was just a joke. They didn't feel the ripples of any extraordinary treasures appearing, which caused them to neglect it. However, they couldn't contain themselves anymore now. Red spider lilies. There were a few red spider lilies here. If they were utilized well, it might create a few transcendent realm experts. How could they neglect it any further? As for the people from the White Sun sect and the 8-Star School, they just assumed that there was one red spider lily present. When Yi Shiwen kept the other 2 red spider lilies, it wasn't done within their line of sight. As such, they only assumed a flower to be here. They never expected so many to appear from the spring. They instantly thought of what it implied. It implied that there were still many more red spider lilies at the bottom of the yellow springs. Hints of radiance were flickering within their eyes. Even Yi Shiwen couldn't help but be astonished. He never expected the extremely rare red spider lily to appear here one after another. Everyone else only saw one of it, but Yi Shiwen had already received 2 of them. Naturally, he was aware that there were more. He immediately thought of how creepy these red spider lilies were, as they grew on others' corpse. Besides, it was unknown how many top-notch experts must have perished here to form such a vast yellow springs. In other words, there might be an abundance of red spider lilies here. His eyes lit up as the thought flashed across his mind. If that were the case, this would be an astonishing amount of wealth. The red spider lily blooms for 1,000 years and wilts for another 1,000 years. Are the red spider lilies blooming together now, despite it blooming once every 1,000 years? The red spider lily would only bloom after 1,000 years. When it blooms to its most splendid state, it would slowly start to wilt, and its effectiveness would gradually decrease. The only solution to maintain its effectiveness would be plucking it upon blooming. Chapter 805. Chapter 805. Dive into the bottom of the lake now. The red spider lilies had finally reached its state of blooming after 1,000 years. They were currently in their most prosperous state. Whatever Yi Shiwen could think of, others could as well. In almost an instant, Fu Booping of the White Sun sect said, "If that's the case, besiege him all you all want to. I want to accommodate all of you any more." Just as he finished speaking, Fu Booping and the various experts of the White Sun sect dived into the Yellow Springs. Although the Yellow Springs was extremely corrosive, they were able to withstand it. It wasn't considered harmful for them. The experts of the 8 Stars School gritted their teeth. They didn't know what to do in this situation. If they chose to hunt Yi Shiwen down, the red spider lilies might have already been harvested entirely by the White Sun sect upon returning here. Come, let's harvest the red spider lilies first. We would eventually have the chance to deal with this brat. The 8 Stars School's great elder yelled. The various disciples of the 8 Stars School dived into the Yellow Springs as well. At this point, the Heavenly Martial sect and the Meteor sect experts were aware of what was happening. They knew that a large amount of red spider lilies might be below the spring. Comparing a large number of red spider lilies together with their grudge against Yi Shiwen, the latter was negligible. It was merely a small matter. Everyone else dived into the Yellow Springs as well. An energy barrier surged from their body, and waves instantly appeared by the peaceful Yellow Springs. Yi Shiwen, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. If you harvest a little more red spider lilies, it would be much simpler for your original body to ascend the transcendent realm, said Yi Mo hurriedly. Yi Shiwen nodded. Such a flower that blooms for 1,000 years and wilts for another 1,000 years was scarce in the outside world. One would have to rely on luck to encounter it. It was already considered lucky for him to encounter them in such a situation. Naturally, he wouldn't just let it go. No one cared about the 5 red spider lilies floating by the Yellow Springs. Everyone else believed that there would be more red spider lilies by the lake's bottom and didn't feel like wasting time here. It ended up benefiting Yi Shiwen instead. Yi Shiwen raised his speed to the maximum and grabbed the 5 red spider lilies. With his previous experience, Yi Shiwen wasn't acting so rashly anymore. As he grabbed the red spider lilies, he struck the zombies that just revived back into the Yellow Springs. With 5 loud bangs and 5 ripples of waves by the surface of the Yellow Springs, Yi Shiwen finally laid his hands on 5 of the red spider lilies. In addition to the other ones that he originally possessed, he now possessed 6 of them. After keeping the 5 red spider lilies, Yi Shiwen did not stop at all. He dived straight into the Yellow Springs. After his entire body plunged inside, he could only feel the intense corrosiveness corroding his protective aura. Only by continuously supplying qi would he be able to withstand its corrosion. Under normal circumstances, Yi Zaiwen's protective aura wouldn't consume much qi. The consumption might get a little serious, only when undergoing massive battles. And yet he was consuming a large amount of qi, even if he was merely maintaining his protective aura. Unless he utilized the spiritual energy within the dragon vein, it would be impossible for him to remain by the spring's bottom for an extended amount of time. After entering the bottom of the lake, only did he realize that this was a vast crater. It was just like a deep valley by the cliff. Someone created this. Yi Shiwen could feel the continuous ripples of energy from the deep crater and instantly guessed. This crater might have crumbled down through the battles of many people. Roar! A few zombies nearby surrounded him. They had all awakened after Yi Shiwen harvested the red spider lilies. But Yi Shiwen struck all of them to the bottom of the spring. They stared at Yi Shiwen viciously with their ruthless face and lunged themselves towards Yi Shiwen. Although Yi Shiwen wounded them, just now they had no sense of pain. No matter how hard they were hit, they wouldn't feel any pain. Although these Transcendent Realm zombies weren't like the regular zombies that could only kill their innate abilities, they were still extraordinarily violent and lusted for blood. A zombie took the lead in lunging towards Yi Shiwen, holding a long sword in its hands. It was a sword arts expert in its previous life. As he moved his sword, a layer of terrifying aura imbued with corpse poison was being unleashed towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen clenched his hands into a fist and only punched forward. In an instant, his fist transformed into a beam of starlight and blasted in front of him. Bang! Yi Shiwen crushed the layer of corrosive aura into pieces. Then Yi Shiwen strode forward and re-released his attack. Although the zombie managed to awaken its past memories and innate abilities, it still wasn't comparable to its previous life. As such, even if the zombies had ascended the transcendent realm, their strength would experience a noticeable decline. Even among the transcendent realm experts, they could only be considered rock bottom. However, the compelling thing about them was their flesh. The flesh of the average zombies was already tough. Typical martial instruments and weapons would barely hurt their flesh. As such, ordinary people would think that a zombie is tough to deal with. Unfortunately, they had encountered Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was just like their nemesis, as his body was also his specialty. His body was able to contend against 10 people. Moreover, he was able to brute force his way through his enemies. As long as he surpassed his enemy's strongest body, they wouldn't be that scary anymore. Yi Shiwen was currently clad in his clothing imbued with golden divinity. Although his star beast avatar wasn't a tyrant body, it could still morph its body shape and form its own golden body. He launched another punch, the shattered star fist forward. It incited a boundless blast and billowed large waves that came crashing down. The zombie wasn't afraid of death. It instantly slashed out a horrifying sword chi, which went up against Yi Zaiwen's attack. After the sword chi contended against Yi Zaiwen's fist intent for a moment, it was instantly shattered apart. Yi Zaiwen's fist intent did not lose its momentum and continued its advancement towards the zombie's body. Bang! The zombie had already received a massive wound from Yi Shiwen previously. Now, it wasn't able to withstand Yi Zaiwen's attack. As its protective corpse aura dispersed, its body was instantly shattered apart. Fresh blood was spewing out, and its bloody flesh was flying apart. Yi Zaiwen's actions were exact. It seemed to be much more successful and even more potent than the 8 Stars School's great elder. Yi Shiwen realized that this zombie didn't have its zombie core. Usually, a zombie cultivated would have its zombie core, which would act as its energy source. And yet, this zombie didn't possess it. What in the world is happening? Yi Shiwen was initially hoping to gain a large number of benefits. The corpse core might be considered as a poison for others, but it was an extremely beneficial supplement for him. After all, he was able to absorb the energy within the corpse core, so he desired it, and yet there weren't any present. No wonder why these zombies' strength declined so significantly. They didn't possess their corpse core. As such, even if they had ascended the transcendent realm, they were still considered the rock-bottom existence within the transcendent realm. Yi Shiwen blasted through the other zombies as well. He realized that they were in the same state as the previous zombie. They had no corpse core. This made Yi Shiwen a little frustrated. Could it be the corpse core had already been used to fertilize the red spider lilies? Yi Mo pointed out a shocking revelation. This would explain why the red spider lilies that usually grow by the spring would grow in the middle of the yellow springs and take root on the corpses. Yi Shiwen could only think of this possibility. The corpse core was where the essence of the zombie's entire body was located. Although they had turned into the red spider lilies, it saved him from many different procedures. The only fly in the ointment was that the corpse core held not much value, and others wouldn't fight for it. However, after transforming into the red spider lily, everyone would fight for it. A tiny sound of waters roving resounded. Yi Shiwen looked towards the sound source and realized that a corpse was slowly floating upwards. A red spider lily was growing on top of the corpse. As the corpse was gradually floating, the flower was slowly blooming as well. The scene was incredibly creepy. What was even more bizarre was that this body didn't belong to an average human. Instead, this body had 4 arms. It's the body of someone from the native clan. Yi Shiwen frowned. Not only were various ancestors of the human race buried here, but there were also even multiple native clan ancestors that perished here within this battlefield. This was the start of the first battle between the human race and the native clan, fighting for survival space. After the battle unfolded, the human race and the native clan had been in a war for numerous years, until the human race ultimately annihilated the native clan. Many years had passed since then, and the records regarding the native clans were already incomplete. In fact, the names within their clan weren't recorded as well. There was only the general term, the native clan, to refer them to. There were many different races within the native clan. Hence, it was unwise to classify different races together as one. However, when Yi Shiwen saw the 4 arms, he knew that this must have been someone from the native clan. Yi Shiwen didn't plan on letting this red spider lily go. He instantly rushed towards the native clan corpse and grabbed the red spider lily with lightning speed. As expected, in the instant that Yi Shiwen grabbed the red spider lily, the native clan zombie suddenly opened its eyes, as if it had received a tremendous amount of stimulation. Just as it attacked, countless shadows of fists were blasting itself towards Yi Shiwen. This fist art was much more terrifying compared to a human's fist art. After all, it had 4 hands. His fist speed was 2 times the speed of a human, which makes it extremely hard to deal with. In the past, the human race's ancestors had also suffered quite an amount when facing the native clan. Human. The native clan, zombie, seemed to remember the memories of its previous life. Upon seeing Yi Shiwen, it appeared to have received enormous stimulation, which caused it to rampage. Chapter 806. Chapter 806. Harvest at the Spring Bottom. This zombie was someone proficient in the fist arts in its previous life. Every time it swung its fist, it almost broke the world apart. It incited huge waves within the Yellow Springs. The Yellow Springs waters were formed by corpse waxes and were extremely heavy. Despite weighing 10 times heavier than normal liquids, the zombie was still able to create huge waves. The zombie had already gone berserk. Adding on the fact that it might have already ascended the Transcendent Realm first-level peak, its strength was undoubtedly extremely horrifying even if its strength had declined. At the very least, it wouldn't be any worse compared to Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen did not use any other techniques and merely went up against it with his fist art, the Shattered Star Fist. All of their strikes were hitting against each other's bodies. The zombie's fist speed was rapid, but Yi Shiwen's fist was much heavier and held more momentum. These were 2 types of different extremities within the martial arts. One was using speed to break through everything, while the other was to break through everything with brute force. The 2 were entirely different pathways of the martial arts. The 2 fist arts were currently releasing radiating sparks. The 2 of them possessed an adamant physical body. Such a method of fighting was just like 2 robots continuously fighting against each other. Sparks appeared, and the sound of metal clashing resounded. Although their strength was on par with each other, Yi Shiwen's physical body was much stronger. Within a short amount of time, they had already crossed their fists more than 1,000 times. The zombie's body was about to be broken. As for Yi Shiwen, ripples were appearing on his divine golden clothing formed by his divinity. These were the signs of it being attacked. However, the 2 of them didn't have any means of stopping. Zombies naturally lusted for blood and were extremely ruthless. Other than that, this zombie had already gone crazy. To zombies, their physical bodies were their most potent weapon. In fact, it didn't feel any sense of fear at all. They were a group of undying creatures. This zombie was terrifying, as it didn't care about the wounds inflicted on its own body. In fact, any damages would barely affect their combat prowess. However, Yi Shiwen was stronger. The zombie's attacks were already barely able to hurt him. With the Phoenix regeneration technique, he was oppressing the zombie the entire time. Yi Shiwen cornered the zombie into a dead end. It instantly bellowed and released layers of poison throughout its entire body. Its horrifying aura immediately swept about fanatically. Yi Shiwen, stop entangling yourself with this zombie any longer. Otherwise, who knows when you will be able to get away from it. If the experts of the extraterrestrial overlord forces manage to come out first, you'll be in deep trouble. Yi Mo continuously reminded Yi Shiwen. Okay. Yi Shiwen nodded and did not hesitate any further. The Tianyuan mirror instantly flew out, and a ray of blood light immediately shone upon the zombie. As if the light descended from the sky, it instantly enveloped the zombie. The intense output from the Transcendent tool caused the zombie's body to dissolve a little. The blood lights were slowly corroding its flesh. The zombie struggled and attempted to lunge itself towards Yi Shiwen. It didn't feel pain, and it wasn't afraid of death. In its eyes, there was only Yi Shiwen. Its only desires were to kill Yi Shiwen. At this moment, Yi Zaiwen's attack was charged to the maximum. He instantly blasted his fist forward, and a huge amount of aura accompanied his actions. The zombie was frozen in place by the Tianyuan mirror. Since its movements were already sluggish to begin with, it was instantly shattered into pieces by Yi Shiwen. There was absolutely no way it could survive. Yi Shiwen, I think I understand how the red spider lilies grew, said Yemo, the energy within their corpse core. The energy constantly interchanges between a corpse core and a red spider lily. Every time the red spider lily blooms, it would absorb their corpse core. Every time it wilts, the energy would return to the zombie's corpse. With this, they would become stronger, until they reached the peak one day. Yi Shiwen took a deep breath and was shocked by Yemo's statement, blooming for 1,000 years and wilting for another 1,000 years. This cycle would continue every 2,000 years. No ordinary people would be able to wait for so long. However, these zombies were different. After all, they were already dead, to begin with. Other than deities, maybe only these zombies were indeed in existence that wouldn't perish? For the human race, those that possessed thousands of years of lifespan implied that they had outstanding cultivation. However, a zombie would easily live up to tens of thousands, and even hundreds of thousands of years. God is fair. Everything was decided since their birth. Although zombies had an extremely long lifespan, their cultivation speed wouldn't be as quick as humans. After slaying this native clan zombie, Yi Shiwen dived to the spring bottom. After seeing the situation within the spring bottom, Yi Zaiwen's goosebumps arose. There were numerous corpses scattered around the bottom of the spring, and they were everywhere. It even appeared to be quite cramped. This place was a battlefield that lasted for countless years, and it was unknown exactly how many people had perished here. Not all corpses were transformed into zombies as well. Only a portion of them was. However, with so many corpses lying around, even a small portion would be a considerable amount. If red spider lilies were growing on their bodies, it implied that they had turned into zombies. If there wasn't any, it meant that they were still in deep slumber. The best way to settle them would be to destroy all the corpses here. Even the corpses that had yet to turn into a zombie would eventually turn into one sooner or later. It was only a matter of time. Fighting sound came from a distance. The extraterrestrial overlord's experts had awakened the zombies when they attempted to grab the red spider lilies. The zombies' essences are all concentrated in the red spider lilies. In other words, when their red spider lilies are snatched away, they would be in their weakest form. Otherwise, they would practically be invincible, said Yi Mo in a serious tone. Yi Shiwen was feeling lucky that the red spider lilies were blooming now. If it were when the red spider lilies were wilting, the zombie strength would return to their own body. It was inexplicably horrifying. How did these zombies know how to cultivate such weird martial arts? Yi Shiwen was a little curious. These red spider lilies don't seem like they were formed on their own. Instead, it seemed like someone deliberately planted these flowers on these corpses. Upon thinking of this theory, Yi Zaiwen's eyes shrank. Naturally, it would be nothing if everything happened naturally. However, it would be extremely horrifying if someone planted them. What kind of person is he, and what are his goals? If these zombies were released to the outside world, it would truly cause an undead apocalypse. This was the truly horrifying disaster. Yi Shiwen decided to ignore the extraterrestrial overlord's experts' battle against the zombies. Instead, he started collecting the red spider lilies, minding his own business. It wasn't that easy to collect the red spider lilies. In truth, he would have to fight against a transcendent realm zombie every time. There were zombies of the human race and zombies of the native clan. The entire place was filled with the corpses of transcendent realm experts. It was imaginable how serious the casualties were on both sides. If it weren't for that, the human race's ancestors wouldn't have left the native clan's recordings unattended. Even their descendants were respecting their ancestors and decided not to as well. In only an hour, Yi Shiwen had already gathered more than 10 red spider lilies. He noticed a few spiritual senses scanning him from time to time. Even when the extraterrestrial overlord experts were snatching for the red spider lilies, they wouldn't let down their surveillance towards Yi Shiwen. They must be afraid that Yi Shiwen would escape. Great Elder, that Yi Zaiwen's loots seemed to be fairly decent as well. He plucked more than 10 red spider lilies. This speed and efficiency aren't any slower compared to us. A transcendent realm expert within the 8 Stars Schools group retracted his spiritual sense and chuckled. He had been in charge of monitoring Yi Shiwen. As such, he knew very clearly how many red spider lilies Yi Shiwen had collected. Let him slowly harvest them. In the end, after we kill him, those would still be ours, said the Great Elder indifferently. From his perspective, Yi Shiwen was undoubtedly dead, as he managed to anger 3 extraterrestrial forces. It was only a matter of time. We have to collect more of these red spider lilies. You can't even find these in the outside world. If there aren't so many corpses here, which even formed yellow springs, it would practically be impossible. The spring bottom had separated itself into 5 areas. The 4 extraterrestrial overlords were all occupying their sites and were collecting the red spider lilies while continuously killing the zombies. Although these zombies were powerful, the extraterrestrial overlord experts were all proficient in battle and were extremely experienced. They definitely wouldn't awaken more than 1 zombie at a time. In the instant that they harvested the red spider lily, they would instantly kill the zombie. They wouldn't even give it a chance to retaliate. No matter how strong a transcendent realm zombie was, it wouldn't be able to deal with the attacks prepared by 10 or more transcendent realm experts. As a result, their progress was swift. When Yi Shiwen had collected 10 more red spider lilies, a yellow springs water pillar suddenly shot towards him. Yi Shiwen immediately stepped on the ground and punched forward, which resulted in the water pillar dispersing. Just as he thought that it was the surprise attack of the extraterrestrial overlords, he discovered that the attack came from a zombie. This was nothing. What's more important was that the red spider lily blooming on the zombie's corpse was still bright. In other words, this zombie did not awaken after its red spider lily had been plucked away. Instead, it awakened by itself. Yi Shiwen was a little surprised. He said, "Yi Mo, use the Tianyuan mirror to scan the spring bottom and check out what's happening." As Yi Shiwen was talking, he lunged himself towards the zombie and started fighting against it. Since this zombie still had its own red spider lily, its strength was stronger and became harder to deal with. However, it still wasn't Yi Zaiwen's opponent. After a while, Yi Shiwen killed it. Yi Shiwen, this is bad. The zombies in this lake seem to be waking up. It seems like living beings' odor acted as a stimulant and caused them to awaken earlier. Chapter 807. Chapter 807. Ascending the Transcendent Realm First Level Peak, no matter if it was Yi Shiwen or the groups of extraterrestrial overlord forces. They could handle the awakening of the zombies and the calamity reasonably well. The zombies were all unable to retaliate under their attacks. However, it only happened because they were waking up one by one, which allowed them to dispose of those zombies that woke up freely. Otherwise, if all of them were to wake up at the same time, the situation would turn out to be too horrifying. Everyone noticed the sudden change in the situation. After all, with so many zombies awakening, numerous horrifying auras were exploding one after another. It was impossible for them not to notice. What's going on? Why are these zombies suddenly waking up? The extraterrestrial overlords' experts finally realized. They were all surprised and were muttering to each other. Although these zombies had regained their intelligence, they weren't that scary. Even if it were one-on-one, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, they were the elites within their sect. However, if the numbers were to increase to a considerable amount, even they would experience a headache. Don't be afraid, everyone. These zombies don't possess a complete intelligence. Since they've just woken up, that implies that they're in their weakest state. It isn't hard to deal with them when their conditions are like this. The red spider lilies on their bodies are extremely beneficial. Indeed, as long as we defeat them, the red spider lily would end up in our hands. In such a situation, the first things the extraterrestrial overlord forces had to remain calm. The experts within these overlord forces had all experienced hundreds of battles and managed to survive despite being close to death's door. Very swiftly, they calmed themselves down. Hearing everyone's shoutings, Yishuin said coldly, "Idiots!" If they wanted to escape now, they would still have the chance to do so. However, they were all blinded by the red spider lilies. Yishuin was decisive and wouldn't hold any hesitation in running away. Very quickly, Yishuin could feel the lake water trembling violently. Waves after waves of tremble were being spread about from everywhere. These were the trembles of the attacks released by the experts when dealing with the zombies. In such a special place like the Yellow Springs, its river waters were more massive than water by a considerable margin. In fact, the fabrics of space were hard to tear apart due to how dense the Yellow Springs water was. However, the ripples of the Transcendent Realm experts' attacks were exceptionally horrifying. Although they were quite some distance away from Yishuin, Yishuin could feel that a great sage would be oppressed if he were to get nearer to the ripples. Yishuin looked towards them and saw the dozens of Transcendent Realm experts being besieged by hundreds of zombies. For the time being, the situation entered a stalemate state. The zombies didn't possess a completed form of intelligence. These zombies were incomparable to these martial warriors who veterans in battles. Besides, it was currently the time where the red spider lilies were blooming. All of the zombies had their strength transferred towards the red spider lilies, which meant they would be weak. For the time being, even though it was 1 against 2, the martial warriors were able to fend off the flood of zombies. The 4 extraterrestrial overlords experts were also closing in on each other. They knew that relying on each other was much better than relying on the zombies. Among them, the Heavenly Martial Sex Elder, Fu Buping, the 8 Stars School's Great Elder, and the Meteor Sex Elder were performing outstandingly. They had already cultivated to the Transcendent Realm first level peak, and even had a Transcendent tool. Even among Transcendent Realm experts, they were considered top-notch, and their combat prowess was exceptional. The zombies were perishing one after another under their attacks. They were currently in their high spirits, and assumed that the zombies were merely capable of such feats. Don't hit the red spider lilies. If they are destroyed, then our efforts would be for naught, yelled an expert. They remained here and went against the zombies solely for the red spider lilies. If the red spider lilies were shattered, they would have no reason to fight at all. And yet, no one realized that more and more corpses were opening their eyes by the river bottom. They stood up and rushed towards the location of the battlefield. Now, Yishuin was already about to reach the surface of the lake. Hearing how they were still talking about the red spider lilies, he couldn't stop himself from snorting coldly. They're genuinely blinded by the benefits laying in front of them. You're all looking for troubles yourself. Splash! With a splash, Yishuin finally got out of the Yellow Springs. Upon exiting, he felt his entire body becoming lighter. The waters within the Yellow Springs were too dense, which made him feel exceptionally unnatural. He was unable to unleash his speed to the maximum. He also didn't need to consume his chi solely for activating the protective aura. He felt relaxed now. He could feel the bloodbath by the bottom of the river that was still going on. Boom! Suddenly, the surface of the river started trembling violently. Just like water that had boiled, the waters on the surface were trembling violently. Laws that could be seen by the naked eye started enveloping the river's surface, one after another. In almost an instant, it formed a massive formation. On top of the formation, horrifying auras were leaking everywhere. Yi Shiwen was surprised and quickly left the area of the formation. He then frowned upon seeing the formation that managed to seal off the entire Yellow Springs. He suddenly felt very lucky. If he was a little late, he might have been trapped within as well. If that happened, it would only result in his death. However, he didn't have the intention of leaving now. No matter if it were the extraterrestrial overlord experts or the zombies, they were all his enemies, especially the extraterrestrial overlord experts. After all, they would do anything to kill him. If these people weren't taken care of cleanly, we would never be able to relax. He decided to enter close cultivation by a nearby mountain. His main body had come out from the Tianyuan mirror to protect the Star Beast avatar. Dozens of red spider lilies were lined up linearly in front of the Star Beast avatar. They were blooming exceptionally brightly. After being tainted by the aura of death and life force, it now looked incredibly delicate, while also being exceptionally creepy at the same time. As he opened his mouth, a red spider lily was crushed into fragments and entered his mouth. They were all transformed into energy upon being consumed. The efficiency was much faster compared to when his main body was consuming the red spider lilies. During that time, his main body was merely in the Great Sage realm. If he wanted to consume the transcendent realm energy within the red spider lilies, he would have to be extremely careful. Otherwise, he might be bloated with the energy and end up exploding. Contrary to his main body, the Star Beast avatar was already in the transcendent realm a long time ago. There weren't any difficulties in absorbing the flower. As the red spider lily was consumed, he realized that his cultivation was rising upwards. His stagnant cultivation was slowly increasing. He quickly circulated the people observing scripture and continuously digested this surge of energy. He opened his eyes after a long time had passed. Star Beast Avatar digested red spider lily's energy entirely, and his cultivation rose by a considerable margin. However, he still wasn't able to ascend to the transcendent realm first level peak. A single red spider lily had already allowed his main body to ascend to the half-step transcendent realm. If it was any other experts, they might have already ascended to the transcendent realm peak. However, the Star Beast avatar was different. Its main body was already exceptionally enormous to begin with. Even among those in the same realm, there was barely anyone able to contend against the Star Beast avatar. As such, the amount of energy required to ascend its cultivation realm far surpasses what one imagines. However, although he was feeling discouraged, the effectiveness of the red spider lily was still present. He opened his mouth once more, and a suction force enveloped another red spider lily. After fragmenting it into energy, the energy surged into his body. As time passed, Yi Zaiwen's Star Beast avatar was gradually growing stronger. His majestic chi enveloped him in a circular shape and formed a light cocoon. It wrapped itself around the Star Beast avatar, and no one could see what was happening within. Yi Shiwen wasn't feeling worried at all. After all, he was mentally connected to the Star Beast avatar and was aware of what it was going through. When the light cocoon breaks apart, the Star Beast avatar would then appear. When that time comes, the Star Beast avatar would be able to break through to the transcendent realm first level peak and truly become a top-notch combat prowess beneath the starry skies. It would be comparable to the Supreme School Master or people like the Emergent School Leader. No matter how vast the world was, he would still be able to go anywhere he desired. When that time arrives, he would become free without much concerns holding him back. Even if others were hunting him down, He didn't have to run away anymore. Instead, he could turn the tables around and instead kill the people hunting him down. It was tough for the Star Beast avatar to ascend in cultivation. Ordinary people would be able to ascend to the peak with just one red spider lily alone. However, it was far from enough for the Star Beast avatar. Simultaneously, if it were to ascend in cultivation, its improvements would undoubtedly become top-notch. His main Bodis ascension was much harder, but he could still fight against those with a higher cultivation realm. God is fair after all. As long as there were efforts, rewards would be guaranteed. The wolf cub was lying down by the mountain while feeling bored. It was waiting for the Star Beast avatar to come out of seclusion. "Those people must be dead by now, ha-ha," said the wolf cub as he looked at the colossal formation that sealed the lake off in a gloating manner. Yi Zaiwen's main body was sitting in a lotus position. He would occasionally open his eyes to look at the wolf cub and remain silent. He wanted to utilize every single time he had to cultivate. He was different from the wolf cub that could break through despite playing around. He didn't possess such outstanding talents. However, a part of his spiritual senses was locked firmly on the surface of the river. Even if those people could escape, Yi Shiwen wanted to deal a deathly blow to them. Half a day had already passed, and yet there were still no movements by the river bottom. Just as Yi Shiwen assumed that they were all buried under the river's surface started vibrating violently. The formation that locked the river surface seemed to have received a massive blow and was vibrating violently. After a while, a loud sound resounded from the river. A tremendous amount of force blasted out from the formation and pierced through the skies. Around 10 silhouettes ran out from the lake, with the elders of the four forces taking the lead, Fu Buping and the others. Behind them, people like Ran Qingtian and Wei Mingyang were following the elders. Compared to their previous energetic look, they were now in a sorry state. They escaped from the river in a flurried manner. Behind them, hundreds of zombies were growling and were hunting them down. However, they seemed to be restricted by something. After the zombies reached the Yellow Springs shore, they weren't able to advance any further. The experts of the extraterrestrial overlord forces let out a sigh of relief. They had finally escaped the calamity. At the same time, a crisp, clear sound of explosion resounded. The light cocoon, which had been enveloping the Star Beast avatar, finally shattered. Your good luck ends here. Chapter 808. Chapter 808. Intense battle. Your good luck ends here. Just as they felt happy from escaping the previous calamity, a clear voice resounded by their ears. Yi Zaiwen's silhouette appeared in front of them. The wolf cub behind Yi Shiwen yelled, "Beat them to a pulp. Don't worry about offending me." "Yi Shiwen, I never expected it to be you. You're not dead." Seeing how Yi Shiwen was still alive and in good condition, the 8 Stars School's great elder was instantly enraged. From his perspective, Yi Shiwen had caused all of these matters to occur. If Yi Shiwen didn't lead them here, they wouldn't have come in contact with the red spider lilies and wouldn't suffer from such a significant loss. Initially, they had more than 10 people within their team. Now only 3 remain. Other than Wei Mingyang and him, there was only another transcendent realm elder. The loss he suffered was huge. Even if it was a grand battle, even when they invaded the true martial domain, they didn't lose many transcendent realm experts. Although it wasn't a loss that would hurt their foundations, the number of people they lost was hefty. Yi Shiwen caused everything. If it weren't for Yi Shiwen, things wouldn't have ended up this way. Of course, he would never relate it with him being too greedy, which was able to prevent him from succumbing to such a state. They could only think of Yi Shiwen being the one that caused their loss. Of course, since all of you are still alive, how can I be dead? Said Yi Shiwen with a smile as he shrugged. You won't be laughing after this, said the 8 Stars Sex elder coldly. From his perspective, Yi Zaiwen's smiling face looked extremely annoying. Coincidentally, you have quite an amount of red spider lilies with you. It's sufficient in compensating for our losses. Are you talking about these? Yi Xuan waved his hand, and 30 red spider lilies lined up linearly in front of him. He originally had 35 red spider lilies to begin with. Previously, the Star Beast avatar had consumed 5 of it, which leaves 30 remaining. Seeing the red spider lilies, the remaining few Transcendent Realm experts had a flicker in their eyes, and greed was written on their faces. Although they had suffered a considerable amount of loss, they would have the opportunity to nurture another batch of Transcendent Realm experts as long as they could get their hands on the red spider lilies possessed by Yi Xuan. After all, compared to the extremely scarce Transcendent Realm experts, there were many half-step Transcendent Realm experts, which amounted to at least 10 times the number of Transcendent Realm experts. If they managed to acquire the red spider lilies, everything wouldn't be in vain. Yi Xuan, you better hand it over to us obediently. We might even spare your life, said the Meteor Sect's elder with a righteous tone. Hints of greed were flickering in his eyes as well. 30 red spider lilies was a vast amount of wealth. No one was willing to let it go. Spare my life? Ridiculous. You're all in such a sorry state now, and yet you're all still making advancements on me. Yi Xuan snorted coldly. All of you are truly too daring. As a result, even though all of you knew that the zombies were awakening, you still didn't choose to give up. Benefits indeed blind one's eyes. Sorry, our White Sun sect is uninterested. We shall take our leave first, blurted Fu Booping. Everyone else looked at Fu Booping in disbelief. No one knew what he was thinking, and they didn't understand why he would retreat now. Very soon, all of them turned joyous. Without Fu Booping joining in, they didn't need to share the loot with him anymore. Instead, they would be able to distribute more among themselves. Fu Booping's way of doing things was exact. After making his decision, he did not remain any longer. He instantly led the White Sun sect's experts away without any delay. Up above the sky, a White Sun sect expert asked, "Why did we just let Yi Xuan go just like that? That's 30 red spider lilies. So what if it's 30? So what if it's 300 or even 3,000? Fu Booping laughed coldly. Ultimately, you need to be alive to enjoy them. That's impossible, right? We have so many people on our side, and Yi Xuan is just one person. No matter how strong he is, he's still alone," said the man in disbelief. Then, do you think that Yi Xuan had gone insane? Or crazy? Why would he hinder us under such a situation? Said Fu Booping coldly. That man became speechless. Although he might not like Yi Xuan, he didn't think that Yi Xuan had gone crazy nor insane. He must have his reasons for doing so. In other words, he had something backing him up. No wonder why he was acting so arrogant. He instantly broke into a cold sweat. Indeed, Yi Xuan isn't an idiot. He must have some form of backup for him to do so. Although I don't know what his trump card was, he must have made his preparations, seeing how he rushed in front of us so confidently. Previously, we had already lost many old friends because of our greed. Have you not learned the lesson yet? Said Fu Booping. These Transcendent Realm experts had become his friends for thousands of years. Their bond with each other was quite close. In fact, since they were all assigned to one team, their relationship with each other would be the best. Yet, more than half of them were now dead, with a few remaining because of their greed. Such a lesson was already sufficient for them. As for those from the 8 Stars School, Meteor Sect, and the Heavenly Martial Sect, he wasn't interested in reminding them. He decided just to let them bite the dust. Besides, they were all each other's competitors. Their relationship with each other was inferior. On the other side, after seeing Fu Booping slowly going further and further away, the 3 Overlord forces were all joyous deep within their hearts, especially after confirming that Fu Booping would not be returning. He's such a benevolent person. He even gave the opportunity of acquiring the red spider lilies away. If they weren't able to compensate for their losses, they would be disciplined upon returning. No one would blame a dead person. As a result, someone alive would have to take responsibility for everything that had happened. However, If there were the red spider lilies, everything would be different. With the red spider lilies, they would be able to compensate for their losses. If that's the case, the 8 stars schools, great elder, smiled coldly. A long saber instantly appeared in his hand, and he unleashed a ray of shocking brilliance. The long saber trembled and sliced through the skies. Such horrifying saber intent seemed like it was capable of tearing the skies and earth apart. At the same time, he was the first to take action. He had already brought his attack in front of Yi Shiwen. His method was extremely experienced, and he was swift as well. He didn't intend to let Yi Shiwen survive. The long saber split itself into 8 different silhouettes within the sky. They all blocked Yi Zaiwen's retreating path and were all diving towards Yi Shiwen, just like the rain's speed being boosted by the winds. As the saber's shadow got closer and grew larger in Yi Zaiwen's eyes, he suddenly clenched his fist and went up against the shadows. The grand shattering fist was instantly blasted out. Boom! The fist shadow and the saber shadow clashed against each other in the void, as if 2 clumps of metals had just fought against each other. There was a clunking sound within the massive explosion. It was the clashing of the two's intense battle. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. The fist shadow dispersed the initially sharp saber shadows on the spot. Whoosh! When the numerous saber shadows were broken apart, Yi Zaiwen's divinity instantly shot forward. As the tip of his feet touched the ground, he had already reached the 8 stars school's great elder. How is this possible? The eyes of the 8 stars school's great elder instantly expanded. He was still in disbelief. Was this always the same Yi Shiwen? The one that could only run away from my attack previously? How did he reach such a state in such a short amount of time? From Yi Zaiwen's previous attack, he could tell that Yi Shiwen had already entered the Transcendent Realm first level peak. With such speed in cultivation, he instantly thought of a possibility. That was, Yi Shiwen must have consumed the red spider lily and absorbed the powers of it. This was the only explanation as to how he could become so strong in such a short amount of time. Damn! A light flickered across his eyes. The red spider lilies belong to us. How dare this Yi Shiwen consume it? At the same time, it affirmed his resolution of snatching the red spider lilies away. Yi Shiwen had merely consumed it not long ago and was already able to display such combat prowess. If they could grab them, it would be sufficient to compensate for the losses this time. What's impossible? Old man, today's the day of your death. Yi Shiwen snorted coldly. He still hadn't forgotten about the great elder chasing after him all over the place. There was anger within him, which he had yet to vent out. The best way to deal with such an enemy would be by disposing of him. Boom! 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 Yi Zaiwen's attacks were continuous, just like a too ruthless flood. Without the dam blocking its advancements, it started pouring down all at once. Yi Shiwen had just ascended the Transcendent Realm first level peak and didn't have a place to vent his powers yet. Now was a perfect chance for him to do so. Every time he unleashed his fist, the qi within his body would condense by a little, and he would become a bit more robust as well. The more he fought, the stronger he became. Their silhouettes were like phantoms that were traversing through the skies. Everyone stared at the skies, dumbfoundedly. Only so little time had passed, and yet Yi Shiwen had already become this powerful. They couldn't even see the battle that was happening very clearly. Only the Heavenly Martial Sex Elder and the Meteor Sex Elder, who were both in the Transcendent Realm first level peak, were able to look at it. How can Yi Shiwen be so powerful? With just his physical body alone, he could go against the great elder that possesses a transcendent tool? What kind of opportunity had he encountered? How did he become so powerful all of a sudden? The truly horrifying aspect is his physical body. He could go against a transcendent tool barehandedly. He is truly heaven-defying. Everyone, especially Wei Mingyang and Ran Chengshen's gazes were locked on the great elder, as well as Yi Shiwen. The two stared at Yi Shiwen with a complicated expression, and vengeance flickered across their eyes. Chapter 809. Chapter 809. Killing the 8 Stars School's great elder, both of them had suffered a great loss from the hands of Yi Shiwen previously. In fact, the losses that they suffered could even be described as horrendous. As prideful prodigies, the pride that they had never lost before had all been dispersed in Yi Zaiwen's hands. Yi Zaiwen's overbearing power rendered them unable to retaliate, which caused them to feel frustrated. They had tried working hard and putting in all their efforts. However, no matter what, Yi Shiwen would always be in front of them, especially Wei Mingyang, which had lost continuously to Yi Shiwen. And now, Yi Shiwen was blocking their path. In the past, they thought that Yi Shiwen was merely seeking death. However, from the looks of it now, Yi Shiwen had his trump cards. After all, he was able to go against the 8 Stars School's great elder, and was even fighting on equal footing. Such strength alone was already enough to classify him as one of the strongest experts beneath the starry skies. The two's attacks were beyond everyone's imagination. Under Yi Zaiwen's continuous waves of attacks, the 8 Stars School's great elder felt like he was going out of breath. Every time he attacked, blocked, or counterattacked, he would have to consume a large amount of vital energy and qi. Under normal circumstances, this would never be a problem. However, when facing a top-notch expert like Yi Shiwen, the problems would become apparent. His stamina was decreasing very quickly, and he didn't have the time to replenish it at all. Huff! 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 The 8 Stars School's great elder's breathing was getting heavier and heavier. He was feeling more and more fatigued. Contrary to youth like Yi Shiwen, he had already been living for 7,000 to 8,000 years. Usually, it wouldn't be a problem for him to maintain his vigorous stamina. However, under such an intense battle, it truly represented the advantage of youth over old people. The old man meeting a vigorous youth like Yi Shiwen was just like meeting his nemesis. Bang! Yi Zaiwen's fist landed on the 8 Stars School's great elder saber, and a horrifying power leaked out from Yi Zaiwen's body. The power exploded and crashed against the saber. Even if the long saber was a transcendent tool, it couldn't withstand the horrifying energy force. The huge force almost rendered the great elder unable to hold the saber properly. The long saber was a transcendent tool, and Yi Shiwen had no way of breaking it apart. However, with his strength, he was able to oppress the opponent with his continuous attacks thoroughly. The power of the 5 elements within his body was also boiling. Every time the saber light and the fist shadow clashed against each other, the power of 5 elements would always appear first, which would block the saber's attacks. Otherwise, Yi Shiwen wouldn't even dare to clash against his opponent's saber light. You want to kill me? Old man, give up on your delusions. Yi Shiwen chuckled. The 8 Stars School's great elder finally started looking at Yi Shiwen seriously. Previously, he had never held Yi Shiwen in high regard and would never do so. However, he couldn't belittle Yi Shiwen anymore. He was aware that if he continued, he would be beaten to death here. You arrogant kid, do you think you can act so arrogantly just because you have some accomplishments? The 8 Stars School's great elder caught his breath and said with a cold smile, "You're seeking death, brat. Originally, we might even spare your life. Now, I won't let you survive." Spare my life? What a joke. Will all of you truly spare my life? Just like how I once spare all of your life today. Killing intent radiated in Yi Zaiwen's eyes, and he did not attempt to mask it at all. You're seeking death. The 8 Stars School's great elder was enraged. He had never been forced into such a situation by someone younger than him. He instantly strode forward, and his silhouette flickered. He instantly rushed in front of Yi Shiwen, and his majestic waves of qi accompanied him. With such a horrifying momentum, it was extremely imposing. One more move, and you'll be dead. Yi Shiwen did not hesitate any further and made his move first. The layer of golden divinity clothing was instantly clad on his body. When looking from afar, he even seemed like a golden deity. The pressure of his fist was like hell itself. It was incredibly majestic and was exceptionally horrifying, carrying about a massive momentum along with it. What was contained within was the intent of oppressing one through brute force alone, with no other impurities contained within. His attack came crashing down upon the great elder. One move? You're truly very arrogant right now. The 8 stars school's great elder's rage escalated to the sky. One move. You want to defeat me in one move, and you even plan on killing me? So delusional. Dazzling lights radiated from the long saber, and numerous spiritual energy instantly gathered by the long saber. Waves of horrifying explosions continuously resounded from the sky. The long saber crashed downwards and clashed against the vast fist pressure. The two boundless energies clashed against each other intensely. The fabrics of space seemed to be about to be torn apart from the point where the two energies were clashing against each other. However, a mysterious force seemed to have held the fabrics of space firmly. Within such a chaotic ancient battlefield, even laws were distorted by the vast feeling of vengeance. Everything that seemed reasonable in the outside world became an uncertainty here. At the same time, the vengeance was like numerous chains, locking the surrounding space tightly. Even the power sufficient in tearing the fabrics of space apart in the outside world was being suppressed. The two sides had entered a stalemate state. Suddenly, blood-colored energy rushed out from the boundless fist pressure and dyed the skies red. The blood-colored energy engulfed the fist shadow and quietly crashed onto the saber light. Crack! A crisp sound resounded. Under the overbearing attacks of the fist pressure, small cracks started appearing on the saber light. Just like dominoes, after a little crack appeared, cracks started appearing throughout the saber light. The others shattered in an instant and started collapsing. It filled the sky full of glittering spots, and the entire space around them was warped. Clang! The intense sound of metal clashing resounded. A vast force knocked away the long saber. The 8 stars school's great elder was unable to control his hands that were trembling non-stop. His long saber flew out, and after spinning in the air for more than 100 times, it landed on a nearby mountain, which instantly caused the mountain to be laid flat. It was apparent how strong this transcendent tool was. The vast light spots faded, and the 8 stars school's great elder's entire body was filled with blood. He placed his hands on the ground to support himself and was kneeling on the floor. The previous collision had thoroughly destroyed his attacking momentum. He was incapable of fighting Yi Shiwen anymore. In the previous battles, Yi Shiwen had always been exhausting his strength little by little. And now, Yi Shiwen decided to break through his attack in one go. It caused this great expert, who had been classified as a top-notch expert for thousands of years, to lose horrendously. Disbelief appeared in his eyes. He couldn't believe that even with such a strong attack, he still lost to Yi Shiwen. In fact, he was thoroughly defeated. He wasn't barely defeated. Instead, he was truly defeated. With just one attack, the victor had already been decided. He even felt powerless. Maybe this isn't our era anymore. It's the era of the youth, the era of people like Yi Shiwen. It might not be that obvious under normal circumstances. However, when he was fighting against a youth, he could feel the youth's vigorous power radiating. Everyone else was also in disbelief. From their perspective, it should have been a simple act for the 8 stars school's great elder to defeat Yi Shiwen. In fact, there shouldn't even be any difficulty involved. And yet, the results had thoroughly gone beyond their imaginations. The 8 stars school's great elder, the authoritative figure within the 8 star schools for thousands of years, had lost tragically. They couldn't come back to their senses, and their minds blanked out for a while. However, before they could even react, Yi Shiwen continued his attacks. He clenched his fist and launched it towards the 8 stars school's great elder's head. intending to kill the Great Elder. He didn't intend to hold back at all. Just like what he said earlier, he came here solely to kill. He didn't plan on leaving anyone here alive. You dare! Wei Mingyang and another 8-star school's expert yelled angrily. Their horrifying attacks, imbued with unstoppable momentum, turned into light pillars and rushing towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen did not stop his actions. He suddenly extended his left hand and grabbed the air. A blood-colored barrier appeared by his side, and the light pillars came crashing on the barrier. However, the barrier merely trembled. They weren't able to indeed bypass this blood-colored barrier. Boom! Yi Zaiwen's fist landed on the 8-star school's Great Elder's body. It instantly caused his body to burst apart. You dare to kill our Great Elder? Wei Mingyang couldn't accept it. Even under such a situation, Yi Shiwen still dared to take action. You're too daring. Our 8-star school will not forgive you. No one has ever dared to treat their 8-star school's experts like this. Is this truly someone from the true martial domain's local force? His techniques are so cruel. Although Wei Mingyang had killed some of his enemies in the same manner, it happened to other people. Since it had never happened to him before, he naturally wouldn't feel anything. However, when Yi Shiwen had gone on a killing spree, he only returned to his senses. He wasn't a hunter anymore, and Yi Shiwen wasn't a prey anymore. The table was turned completely. He was now a feeble prey, while Yi Shiwen was the hunter that decided on their fate. You're so forgetful. Have you forgotten what I said previously? Today none of you shall leave. Yi Shiwen smiled. He didn't even care about the 8-star school's revenge. After all, even if he let them go, they would continue to hunt him down. He wouldn't be so naive. Since they already had a grudge against each other, he had to dispose of the source of his problems. He wouldn't leave anyone to cause him future troubles. Such arrogance. Do you think that you can defeat all of us, even if you had killed him? Said the Meteor Sex Elder with a cold smile. Chapter 810. Chapter 810. Kill everyone. Although Yi Shiwen had displayed his outstanding combat prowess, no one held him in high regard. Yi Shiwen might have increased his strength by a considerable margin, but he couldn't go against them simultaneously. Try me. Yi Shiwen smiled coldly, and killing intent flashed across his eyes. In the next instant, his silhouette had already rushed forward. Countless divinities unfolded perilously as he dashed within the crowd. Let's surround him and kill him together. We shall distribute the red spider lilies he has evenly, said an expert from the heavenly martial sect. Then he lunged himself towards Yi Shiwen and unleashed the heavenly martial heavens, severing palm. The horrifying ripples leaking out from the attack caused a massive crack to appear on the ground. The crack was tearing with lightning speed towards Yi Shiwen. The horrifying energy ripples contained within were intended to tear him apart. Yi Zaiwen's head didn't even raise, even when facing such a ferocious attack. He merely stepped on the ground, and layers of energy started expanding outwards, with Yi Shiwen as its center. When the colossal crack came in contact with the energy, it was forcefully stopped. The energy contained within the crack instantly dispersed on the spot. Fear flashed across Wei Mingyang's eyes upon seeing this. The fear, which he had been deliberately suppressing for a long time, finally reappeared. Compared to Ran Qingtian, he had suffered even more in the hands of Yi Shiwen. No matter how much he increased his strength, and no matter how much more powerful he was compared to the past, he couldn't even defeat Yi Shiwen. He seemed always to be oppressed by Yi Shiwen, no matter what. This had left an enormous trauma within his heart. Under normal circumstances, the trauma wouldn't appear at all. However, all of a sudden, everything had resurfaced. Yi Shiwen became much stronger than previously and became much more unpredictable. The heavenly martial sect's experts, heavenly martial heavens, severing palm had already reached Yi Shiwen. The terrifying air current it brought along caused Yi Zaiwen's shirt to be blown violently. Yi Shiwen instantly moved. He raised his hand and went up against the attack. Boom! A loud bang resounded. The heavenly martial heavens, severing palm, crashed against Yi Zaiwen's palm. However, just as the terrifying momentum was about to bring about an explosion, it was enveloped in a layer of majestic qi. Then it was slowly compressed and slowly turned into nothingness. Everyone was shocked by this scene. They were staring at the battle between them attentively and never expected Yi Shiwen to dissipate the attack casually. Although this heavenly martial sex expert wasn't as strong as the 8 Stars School's great elder, he was still in the transcendent realm. No one in the transcendent realm could be underestimated. In fact, all of them possessed their specialties. Everyone's expression changed. Your attack's over. It's my turn now. Yi Shiwen strode forward and clenched his palm into a fist. He punched forward, and the air shook violently, which formed a colossal air column. Then it descended upon the heavenly martial sex expert. The heavenly martial sex expert hurriedly generated a protective barrier. He raised both of his hands and let out a loud yell. Boom! As the air column violently clashed against the protective barrier, it didn't stop at all. Instead, it broke through the expert's defense and crashed against his chest. Bang! The heavenly martial sex expert was knocked away, and he spewed out a mouthful of blood. His entire body flew out uncontrollably and crashed against numerous mountains. After he finally stopped flying, his life force had already been emptied. Yi Zaiwen's domineering fist power ran rampant within his body and took away all of his life force. Although it might have seemed long, the battle merely happened for a short while. However, in only a short while, another transcendent realm expert had been killed. Such combat prowess made everyone feel a chill down their spine. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked and was in disbelief. All of them widened their eyes. Let's all attack together. This guy is dangerous. We definitely can't leave him alive. An elder from the heavenly martial sect yelled. If anyone previously doubted Yi Zaiwen's combat prowess, they hold on doubts any longer. After entering the transcendent realm, first level peak, Yi Shiwen could wipe them all out. Then I shall start with you. Yi Shiwen smiled coldly. He instantly reached the front of the elder, and fiery clouds were unleashed from his palm. The sky-collapsing fire cloud hand covered the sky. An entire world seemed like it was about to be crushed. The heavenly martial sex elder also unleashed his heavenly martial heavens, severing palm. A tremendous amount of killing intent was spread about, and boundless momentum was unleashed. He instantly unleashed it towards Yi Shiwen, filled with anger. His attack wasn't any weaker compared to the 8 Stars School's great elder strength. He was stronger than regular, transcendent realm experts. The meteor sex elder at the other side also rushed forward and unleashed his 1,000 Starlord fist. Starlights filled the skies and intertwined together to form a vast web. He didn't care about his reputation any longer. As long as he was able to kill Yi Shiwen, everything would be worth it. He could already tell that he wouldn't be able to defeat Yi Shiwen alone. He could only rely on the help of others. Boom! The sky-collapsing fire cloud hand and the heavenly martial heavens, severing palm, clashed against each other midair. A beam of unimaginable light was created when the two hands clashed against each other. It exploded in midair and swept through the area, with numerous sands and stone accompanying it. The two forces, capable of destroying the world, clashed against each other. However, only after a moment of stalemate, the sky-collapsing fire cloud hand broke through the heavenly martial heavens, severing palm with lightning speed. It wasn't because of the heavenly martial heavens, severing palm inferior to the sky-collapsing fire cloud hand. Yi Shiwen was merely more robust. Although they were both in the transcendent peak realm first level, there still exists the strength disparity. Just like a bucket of water and a glass of water, although they were both filled up completely, there was still a considerable difference between the two. Boom! The sky-collapsing fire cloud hand struck the heavenly martial sex elder, which caused him to fly out. Various bones in his body were snapped apart. Although he wasn't killed on the spot, he was already gravely wounded and was close to dying. Just as Yi Shiwen wanted to chase after him, the meteor sect elder's thousands Star-Lord fist arrived. The sky full of starlights was just like a vast net, trapping him within. Yi Shiwen did not bother evading it. Instead, he rushed towards it and went up against the net. He opened his hands, and golden divinities surged from his hands. He grabbed the net, and a hole instantly appeared by the vast net. His body transformed into a beam of light, and he rushed forward, reaching the front of the meteor sect elder. With a "pa!" his fist was punched into the air. The chi within his body started circulating fanatically and started boiling. His strength was already raised to its maximum at such a moment, although he was already much stronger than them to begin with. However, despite that, he didn't dare to underestimate his foes, who were all in the Transcendent Realm first-level peak as well. Every single attack of his was unleashed to the fullest. Even a lion would need to unleash its full strength to capture a rabbit. It was the same for the battle against those of the same realm. Even a tiny bit of mistake might result in his death. Before Yi Zaiwen's fist reached, his fist pressure had already come oppressing the meteor sex elder. Although he didn't manage to cause space itself to crumble, he had already caused space to undergo distortion. The meteor sect elder was filled with shock and attempted to flee. His 1,000 Star-Lord palm was broken apart by Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen wouldn't let him do so. He instantly chased after the meteor sect elder. As his devil wings expanded, his entire figure seemed to be wrapped within winds and lightning. He instantly traversed through space and landed a punch on the meteor sect elder. His massive fist was just like a large hammer, capable of shattering the world. Boom! The meteor sect elder was blasted away. Although he intended to save the heavenly martial sex elder, he failed, as he was blasted away by Yi Shiwen. This was all due to the disparity in strength between him and Yi Shiwen. The others weren't able to react to the situation. They stared dumbfoundedly at both the gravely wounded meteor sect elder and heavenly martial sex elder. Boom! Yi Shiwen strode forward and instantly reached where the meteor sex elder was, and his palm connected with the meteor sect elder's body. Although the meteor sect elder tried his best to defend against it, Yi Shiwen broke through all of his defense. With a tragic scream, his body was destroyed on the spot. His blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by fragments of his bones. Senior brother. The few remaining experts of the meteor sect were enraged, and they immediately lunged themselves towards Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen was still much stronger than them. Boom! 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 The 3 experts weren't strong enough to go against Yi Shiwen, and all of their bodies exploded on the spot. Yi Zaiwen's combat prowess increased the more he fought, and he became stronger and stronger. He was giving off an unparalleled demeanor. Quickly leave, all of you. Well, hold him back. The 2 remaining experts from the Heavenly Martial Sect and the 8 Stars School yelled towards Ran Qingtian and Wei Mingyang. They looked exceptionally tragic. It was fine if they died, but Ran Qingtian and Wei Mingyang were their young experts. They were the future of their sections. The 2 of them were much more important than the elders. Don't worry, none of you would be able to leave. Yi Shiwen snorted coldly. A vast and ancient mirror slowly rose from his body, and numerous spiritual energy started gathering towards the center of the mirror fanatically. The gathering speed became quicker and quicker, and waves of horrifying energy started fluctuating. Even the Transcendent Realm experts' blood essence that Yi Shiwen had killed previously were all being absorbed by the mirror. Boom! The ray of light pillar descended. It enveloped the entire area, shattered the vacuum, and befell upon the 4 of them. Chapter 8:11. Chapter 8:11. The problems after becoming famous under Yi Zaiwen's absolute strength. The four of them had no way of retaliating. Although they were all in the transcendent realm, the Star Beast avatar was much stronger than an average human. Without a doubt, talent plays a massive role in martial arts cultivation. To a certain extent, the Tyrant Body Scripture was created solely for changing the disparity in talents. It was unimaginable what kind of people could create such a martial art and how exceptional he was. Yi Shiwen had previously killed many transcendent realm experts. After all of their blood essence was absorbed by the Tianyuan mirror, the Tianyuan mirror's might had reached its highest value. After killing everyone, a total amount of 70 red spider lilies collected by them were all taken away by Yi Shiwen. He had up to 100 red spider lilies in his possession with the 30 he originally possessed. It was all the essence of the zombies since they were all gathered within this red spider lily. Yi Shiwen was overjoyed. If his original body could utilize all of these red spider lilies, filled with the transcendent realm's essence, breaking through to the transcendent realm wouldn't be a problem at all. If his original body also entered the transcendent realm, he wouldn't be afraid of anything anymore. There were still the roars of zombies from far away. Numerous ferocious gazes locked onto Yi Shiwen. They were filled with hate, vengeance, and violence. However, Yi Shiwen didn't mind it at all. To prevent more troubles from occurring, he decided to leave this area instantly. Very quickly, Yi Zaiwen's act of killing all the remaining experts from the Overlord forces was spread throughout the ancient battlefield and caused an uproar. Although Yi Shiwen was famous, he was still an expert who had just ascended to the transcendent realm. It was considered something minor. After all, he had just joined the group of transcendent realms under the starry skies. However, his name was currently being mentioned throughout an entire area. Although the White Sun Sex experts had left and only 10 transcendent realm experts remained, there are still some top-notch people, like the 8 Stars School's Great Elder. And yet, Yi Shiwen had managed to dispose of all of them. How strong is he? No one was able to fathom it. Very soon, the higher-ups of the Meteor Sect, the Heavenly Martial Sect, and the 8 Stars School gave their response. Of course, they were all enraged. Although the ones that died by the hands of Yi Shiwen weren't more than 10, more than 30 people died, including the ones that perished by the hands of the zombies. Even if it was the Overlord forces, they had still experienced a heartache. Even when they were besieging the true martial domain's local forces, they had never suffered from such huge losses before. And now, they were all blaming Yi Shiwen. They had even released a wanted order on Yi Shiwen. Whoever's able to acquire Yi Zaiwen's head shall receive huge rewards. If you're interested in joining the 8 Stars School, an elder position would be awaiting you. Whoever manages to kill Yi Shiwen, our Heavenly Martial Sect shall reward you with 1,000,000 spirit crystals. Whoever has any information regarding Yi Zaiwen's whereabouts, our Meteor Sect shall reward you with 10 million elixirs upon confirmation. The 3 Overlord forces had worked together and released their wanted order. The moment the wanted orders came out, it caught the attention of many people from the ancient battlefield, and many people were prepared to take action. No matter which condition was listed by the 3 Overlord forces, it was sufficient to allure them into it. This was especially true to those stray individual cultivators. It was already tough for them to cultivate. No matter if it was resources or martial arts, they lacked in it. Even if they were lucky enough to attain the transcendent realm, they were considered mightily blessed. Upon hearing the conditions of the 3 overlords, they were undoubtedly lured in by the offer. Although Yi Shiwen had a record of killing close to 10 transcendent realm experts, based on what the White Sun Sect had said, all of the experts had just escaped a bloodbath with many zombies. As such, Yi Shiwen was able to take advantage of the situation. In all actuality, Yi Shiwen wasn't that powerful. Many people had the same thoughts. The true martial school had also released their statement. Whoever that went to receive their bounty would be the enemies of the true martial school. Although the true martial school couldn't defeat the overlords, they could still defeat these stray individual cultivators. However, the demeanor of the true martial school wasn't as strong as the overlords. With the overlords backing them up, they didn't care about the true martial school's threats. If they managed to slay Yi Shiwen and chose to enter the 8 Stars school, the true martial school wouldn't be able to do anything. Under such circumstances, numerous people from the ancient battlefield decided to take action. They were all motivated to locate Yi Shiwen. Due to the efforts of numerous experts, Yi Zaiwen's trace was quickly located. There was no way to hide it from these people. Yi Shiwen had just killed a bunch of vile entities that were causing havoc in the mountain range. Just as he came out, 10 silhouettes appeared in front of him. 10 of them were clad in black clothing, and the aura they released was overbearing and horrifying. "So, you're Yi Shiwen?" A man with a 50-year-old appearance asked coldly. His gaze was locked onto Yi Shiwen as if he wasn't looking at a living being, but a bunch of treasures. "I am." Yi Shiwen let out a sigh of relief. He was naturally aware of the uproar caused by the 3 overlords in the outside world. After all, the matter had caused a considerable commotion. As long as one wasn't deaf, they would be aware of it. In truth, he didn't plan on hiding from others as well. Ever since the White Sun sect people had left, he knew that he wouldn't be able to conceal it anymore. Of course, things would be different if he killed everyone from the White Sun sect. However, even though Yi Shiwen wasn't someone benevolent, he wouldn't kill someone he didn't hold a grudge against. It didn't matter even if they found him. Whoever dares to come to him will all be killed. "You're also here for the bounty?" Yi Shiwen seemed to be laughing with a few sadistic intentions within. "You aren't stupid, ha!" said the man with a 50-year-old appearance with a cold smile. "It's such a pity. Although we hold no grudge against each other, it's your fault for having such a valuable head." "Say your name," said Yi Shiwen. "Sure. At the very least, you deserve to know the name of your killer." The man with a 50-year-old appearance laughed loudly as if everything was already determined. "In the head of the dim shadow 10 extremities, these are all my underlings." Maybe it was because he felt that the outcome of the battle had already been decided. The head of the 10 extremities introduced all of his underlings to Yi Shiwen and didn't hold Yi Shiwen in high regard at all. "You're wrong. I don't kill people with no name." Yi Shiwen smiled, showing off his row of white teeth. His smile was very bright and very cheerful. The head of the 10 extremities was surprised. He never expected Yi Shiwen to say this. His face instantly turned sour. "You're truly as arrogant as how the information describes you to be. Who do you think you are? Even in the face of death, do you not know what kind of situation you're in?" "Exactly. This kid thinks that he's invincible just because he killed those transcendent realm experts. However, our dim shadow 10 extremities are different from that group of mobs. Besides, they have been fighting against so many zombies. You've merely took advantage of the situation," said the vice head of the dim shadow 10 extremities in an angry manner. After the matters of Yi Shiwen killing off the remaining disciples of the 3 overlords were spread around, the Yellow Spring became a place where numerous experts would frequently visit. Although there were quite an amount of zombies, it wasn't enough to fend off the greedy martial art warriors. They couldn't resist the temptation of the red spider lilies. Every overlord had dispatched a group of people to the Yellow Spring. Other stray individual cultivators were doing so as well. As a result, more than 200 transcendent realm experts would be searching for the zombies in the Yellow River every year, solely for the red spider lilies. In fact, according to the rumors, most of the zombies had already been slain. The zombies weren't considered scary. What's truly scary was human greed. In the face of humans' yearns, everything else pales in comparison in terms of terrifyingness. Yi Shiwen had recently heard of the name of the dim shadow 10 extremities as well. According to the rumors, they were 10 sworn brothers. For so many years, they had done countless misdeeds and were extraordinarily evil. In fact, the martial art that they cultivated required the refinement of souls. As a result, whenever they massacred an area, the hundreds or even thousands of miles around the area wouldn't have anyone alive. They were extremely famous for their evil deeds. However, even though they were stray cultivators, they had acquired an exceptional legacy. As a result, no one dared to underestimate them. Even the overlords wouldn't want to provoke these people easily. It was mainly because it wasn't necessary. If these 10 extremities were to meet up against some compelling experts, they would have fled long ago. If the experts dispatched by the overlords weren't strong enough or weren't enough in terms of numbers, they would instead be killed by the 10 extremities. As such, even though they went stray for so many years, no one was able to do anything to them. Upon entering the ancient battlefield, the 10 extremities had continuously attacked others. Due to the martial art they cultivated, an ancient battlefield filled with numerous ghosts and evil spirits was like heaven. In a short amount of time, they had achieved an enormous breakthrough. No wonder why they dared to come here. They had their confidence to back them up. Big brother, second brother, stop talking nonsense to someone that's going to die soon. Let's kill him. After we got the bounty rewards from the 3 overlord factions, the ancient battlefield would be like a heaven for us. With just a few years, all of us might even ascend to the transcendent realm, first level peak. When the time comes, we'll be able to go anywhere we want to. No one can do anything against us, 10 brothers anymore. If we found the path leading to the ancient Barrens continent, we might even make a reputation for ourselves in the ancient Barrens continent. The youngest brother among the dim, shadow 10 extremities couldn't hold himself back any further and was overly impatient. That's true. Everyone, let's go kill him. Hints of killing intent and greed flashed across the eyes of the head of the dim, shadow 10 extremities. Why are you so busybody? You're causing troubles for yourself, said Yi Shiwen as he let out a sigh. Fine. Leaving the bunch of you alive is bad for the world. It'll just dispose of all of you here, for the sake of the innocent ghosts that died by your hands. Arrogant. Such boastfulness. You're so arrogant, even when you're about to die. After today, you won't be alive anymore. I want to tear you into pieces. Everyone in the dim, shadow 10 extremities was scolding Yi Shiwen. They were all angered by him. Chapter 812. Chapter 812. Waves after waves, some people won't give up until they're in the face of death. Do you truly think that I'm such an easy bullying target? Yi Zaiwen's expression turned ice cold. As long as the 3 overlord forces didn't retract their warrant, problems like these would continuously sprout. The 3 overlords might even take action themselves. To prevent problems like these, there was only one solution. That was to kill. Kill them until they're afraid. Despite being the top-notch experts under the starry skies, they were still fearful of offending the strong, while they deliberately enjoyed bullying the weak. Only by killing them continuously would he be able to inflict fear upon them, which would stop them from approaching him. Every time Yi Shiwen uttered a word, his aura would surge by a little amount. Very quickly, his aura had surged to a horrifying state. The dim, shadow 10 extremities finally realized that something was off. Hurry, let's attack him together. Let's kill this brat, yelled the dim, shadow 10 extremities head. Before he finished speaking, Yi Shiwen had already initiated the attack. A meter-long green sword was materialized through his sword intent, and a buzzing sound resounded. Yi Shiwen had concentrated all his qi within the sword. The dim shadow 10 extremities head was the strongest and was the first to react to the situation. He took out a jet-black demonic blade, and jet-black lights were spewing out from his blade. The tragic cries of innocent ghosts filled with vengeance resounded and would make one's hair stand on its end. His movement was swift, and his demonic blade was the first to be slashed downwards. His movements were extremely agile, albeit having such a tremendous amount of force. It generated boundless demonic winds, and seemed like it was about to blow everything apart. The tragic screams of the innocent ghosts became louder and louder. With such a reputation, he was naturally not weak either. The other 9 people among the dim, shadow 10 extremities behind him also started to make their move. They were also wielding a demonic blade. It looked the same as the blade the head was using. Precisely because they were all the same, it caused their demeanor to skyrocket. Facing the 10 demonic blades slashing towards him, Yi Zaiwen's expression did not change. He attacked with lightning speed using his sword. As if he had traversed through space, he instantly appeared in front of the dim, shadow 10 extremities head. He did not major in the cultivation of the way of the sword. In fact, he only knew a little about the way of the sword. He was merely intimidating the sword intent in the demon lord's tomb. However, it was nothing for him. The path he was walking was the path of oppressing everything through brute force. As long as his strength was overbearing enough, every kind of martial art he used would be indestructible, and the force contained within would be boundless. Even if it was some basic sword techniques, it was sufficient in destroying anything in its pathway. Surprise was written in the eyes of the head of the dim, shadow 10 extremities. He never expected Yi Zaiwen's speed to be so quick to this extent. In the report that he initially received, it mentioned that Yi Zaiwen's speed was rapid. In fact, it mentioned how his explosive speed within a small area was absurdly quick. However, he never paid it any attention. No matter how fast Yishuin was, there should be a limit to his speed. There was nothing to be afraid about. However, after seeing Yi Shiwen attacking for the first time, he realized how wrong he was. He had made a grave mistake. Yi Zaiwen's explosive speed within a small area was tremendously horrifying. This speed made even his eyes go dizzy. He even thought that Yi Shiwen had teleported. The information is faulty. He didn't know that Yi Zaiwen's strength was much different compared to when he was challenging the retribution. When Yi Shiwen had just ascended the transcendent realm, the head of the dim, shadow 10 extremities would quickly kill him. In fact, he would be able to deal with multiple Yi Shiwen at the same time. Now he could only retract his blade and use it to block his front. Clank! A crisp, clear sound of metal clashing resounded. Yi Zaiwen's long sword broke through space and touched the demonic blade. Boom! The head of the dim, shadow 10 extremities could only feel the vast amount of majestic qi being released from Yishuin. The qi caused his hands to tremble with tremendous speed. Bang! Veins popped up from his arm, and it started vibrating fanatically. The Higo acupoint one on his hand burst apart and shattered by the vast qi. His blood splattered everywhere. He tried his best to suppress his arm that was trembling nonstop. However, it was to no avail. The strength was too horrifying. He never expected one's strength to be so horrifying to this extent. This is a beast in human's clothing. Could he really be a beast? Most importantly, he fathomed both the path where people break through everything with brute force and the path where people break through everything with speed alone. However, he had never heard of someone with extreme brute force that was extremely quick and agile as well. In his mind, this was something unachievable. If Yi Shiwen knew what he was thinking, Yi Shiwen would sneer at him. The two might seem unrelated at all, and even seemed like conflicting aspects of martial arts theory. However, they complemented each other. Anyone that studied middle school would know the theory of gravity accelerating the speed of an object. Even if one wanted to break through everything with brute force, they wouldn't hit anyone without sufficient speed. As a result, their strength would be worthless. On the contrary, if there was sufficient speed, it could even increase the force contained within this attack. It would even increase the power of the attack by 20%. If one only had speed and wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't even break through one's defense, even if he reached his target. He could forget about killing his enemy. If one wanted to take one of these two paths to the extreme, they would have to use both simultaneously. Otherwise, they would reach a bottleneck and wouldn't be able to move forward. Coincidentally, no matter if it was strength or speed, Yi Zaiwen's physical body could utilize both to the maximum. This was the truly terrifying part about him. Before the dim shadow 10 extremities head could stop his hands from trembling, the demonic sword was knocked away. Without waiting for him to be surprised, Yi Zaiwen's next attack had already reached his neck. Splat! Blood was flowing everywhere. Yi Zaiwen's sword intent had already passed through his throat. The dim shadow 10 extremities head had his eyes wide open. Even until death, he never understood how he died and how he died so quickly. He didn't even manage to block 2 attacks from Yi Shiwen. Big brother! The other 9 members of the dim shadow 10 extremities cried out tragically. Their eyes were crimson red. Little brat! How dare you kill our big brother? The demonic blades in their hands waved around much more quickly, and their blades seemed to have covered the entire area up. It was unknown how many innocent people had died by their blades. In fact, some of the residues of their spirits were still lingering by the blades. When the blades covered the entire area, the whole area seemed to have turned into hell itself. Numerous innocent souls were crying in agony. Don't worry, I'll let all of you meet him soon. Yi Zaiwen's expression became colder and colder. The dim shadow 10 extremities had done numerous misdeeds and should be put to death. He wouldn't even hesitate to kill all of them. Among the dim shadow 10 extremities, their head was the strongest. He was already in the transcendent realm, first level peak. However, without a transcendent tool, he pales in comparison to the 8 Stars School's Great Elder and the others. Even if the others among the group had experienced significant improvement in their cultivations, they were merely above average. They were still much more different compared to Yi Shiwen. Splash! 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 Every time Yi Shiwen attacked, blood would be splattered. Yi Shiwen just killed their spirit off very precisely without any hesitation or delays. This was Yi Zaiwen's current strength. Very quickly, the dim shadow 10 extremities had all perished by Yi Zaiwen's hands. Yi Shiwen dispersed the sword intent in his hand. To him, this wasn't a challenging matter at all. Using his sword was much different compared to using his fist. His fist bears an overbearing amount of power, and it was very mighty. It was able to break through the skies and the earth and cause numerous phenomena to appear simultaneously. Every time he punched with his fist, a part of the space would collapse. His sword was being developed to a more simplified state. Every time he attacked with his sword, his speed would be rapid. Yi Shiwen harbored both the attributes of breaking through everything with brute force and breaking through everything with speed. His fist art and his sword art represented the 2 extremities. None of them could be classified as being more potent than the other. After all, they were all used to complement each other. If necessary, his sword art could also achieve an overbearing amount of strength and could even cause the world to crumble. Martial arts' fundamental was the will. In his current condition, he didn't have to dwell too much on that principle anymore. The news of Yi Shiwen killing off everyone from the dim shadow 10 extremities was spread around very quickly and caused another uproar within the ancient battlefield. Although the dim shadow 10 extremities weren't considered considerable force within the ancient battlefield, they were much more robust than some regular forces. In fact, other than the overlord factions, even a huge faction like the true martial school might not be able to deal with them. After all, not every single expert from the true martial school came here. Even so, it was apparent how horrifying the dim shadow 10 extremities was. However, such a tyrant among the stray cultivators had all perished by Yi Zaiwen's hands. They didn't even have the chance to retaliate. Someone had gone ahead to inspect the location where the battle occurred. They didn't find any traces of an intense battle happening. The victory was just decided in an instant. After this was deducted, it made Yi Shiwen shine even more. Many stray individual cultivators that were inferior to the dim shadow 10 extremities in terms of strength had already decided to retreat. If someone so strong like the dim shadow 10 extremities had perished under the hands of Yi Shiwen, they would never stand a chance. Upon having this thought, they could only give up. How is Yi Shiwen so strong? What kind of martial arts had he cultivated? He's so strong that he's horrifying. Such combat prowess is already comparable to those sect masters already, right? That should be impossible. I heard that he had just ascended the transcendent realm a few years ago. How can he be an expert comparable to a sect master? If that's not the case, there's no way of explaining how he's so strong. In fact, he fought 10 of them alone, other than having the strength of a sect master. There are no other explanations to it. Just as the outside world was discussing, the 3 overlords had increased the bounty rewards once more. They had increased the rewards by 3-folds. When the news about it came out, many people who were planning on retreating felt like challenging Yi Shiwen once more. 1http://www.acupuncture.com/education/points/large intestine/Li4 HTM Chapter 813 Chapter 813 Turning the tables, those rewards were already alluring enough. To begin with, they only stopped after realizing how strong Yi Shiwen was and dared not to make rash actions anymore. After all, everyone among the dim, shadow 10 extremities was massacred, and none remained alive. Compared to someone as strong as the dim, shadow 10 extremities, they were practically nothing. However, the situation was now different. The bounty rewards had increased by 3-folds. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. Instead, the rewards had practically been increased 10-fold. Many people felt that they were decent enough, and some thought that they were worthy assassins. All of them were now aiming for Yi Shiwen. In only the short span of a month, Yi Shiwen had been ambushed 13 times. There were more than 37 Transcendent Realm experts in total. All of them were stray individual cultivators. In fact, some people were as strong as the sect masters from the Overlord factions. They were already considered top-notch even among the stray cultivators, and Yi Shiwen couldn't deal with them easily. After causing the skies and earth to rupture, only did he manage to kill them. Due to the battles, Yi Zaiwen's name had truly shaken throughout the ancient battlefield. Initially, many people only assumed that he was as strong as a sect master. After all, his performance had proved such assumptions. Although they weren't aware of what kind of methods or encounters Yi Shiwen had faced for such an alarming increase in his combat prowess, he was undoubtedly among one of the most prominent experts beneath the starry skies. However, things weren't over just like that. The 3 overlords hated Yi Shiwen to the core and wouldn't let him go at all. They then doubled the bounty rewards once more, which caused the entire ancient battlefield to be in a ruckus. Aren't they just trying to make him dead? In a field of wilderness, miasma filled the entire area. After killing another batch of experts, Yi Shiwen finally realized that things shouldn't go on like this anymore. Yi Shiwen, this can't keep going on. Otherwise, ITL'll be endless. Don't forget why you came to this ancient battlefield, said Yi Mo as a reminder. Yi Shiwen nodded. Indeed, his intentions for coming here was the same as others, which was locating the pathway that leads to the ancient Baron's continent. The only exception he had from others was he could advance to the ancient Baron's continent through the demon domain. However, that would require many twists and turns that nobody was aware of. Besides, the danger within was of no joke. If he weren't forced to, he definitely wouldn't walk through that path. He had previously chosen to do so because he had no other methods of accessing that continent. Now that there was new hope, he didn't want to be adventurous anymore. However, if he were to be continuously trapped by the outer area, his loss would be much more significant than his gains. The reason why the 3 Overlord factions didn't choose to take action themselves was that a large batch of their troops was venturing deep within the ancient battlefield. According to the rumors, they had acquired some hints and located some clues of the pathway. Yi Shiwen didn't want to fall behind the others. He had to change the situation around. If that's the case, go ahead and kill them. Since they don't want you to be at peace, you don't have to let go of them as well, said Yi Mo in a sinister tone as he narrowed his eyes. Do you mean kill them at the place where they're stationed at? Said Yi Shiwen. That's right. No rule implies that they're only allowed to kill you, and you aren't allowed to refute. Yi Mo chuckled. If an outsider heard it, they might have been frightened to death. Ordinary people would choose to avoid the overlord forces, no matter what, and dare not provoke them at all. However, Yi Mo was a different kind of person. If he were at his prime, he wouldn't even put them in his eyes. Even stepping across them to death would be a waste of time. He had been by the Demon King's side for billions of years, and already had the demeanor of being afraid of nothing in the world. There were only things where he couldn't think of, and nothing he couldn't do. Upon hearing Yi Mo's suggestion, Yi Shiwen was a little convinced. Yi Mo was someone that wasn't afraid of anything. As Yi Shiwen remained together with Yi Mo for a long time, he was gradually influenced, and his bravery had increased by a large margin. He had previously thought of killing the enemies at their base. However, they had too many experts, and it would be troublesome to fight against experts that rival the strength of a sect master. The experts with a strength comparable to a sect master were already considered the peak experts beneath the starry skies. He had only managed to ascend to such a realm through various methods. Beneath the starry skies, everyone's strength was limited to the transcendent realm, first-level peak. No one was able to break through it. After all, the laws of this area had limited their cultivation. However, there was a disparity in strength even among the transcendent realm, first-level peak experts. The strong could kill the weak in an instant. In this case, the Star Beast avatar held a massive advantage over others. Its bloodline had already indicated that it would be the natural monarch among those in the same realm as it. No matter if it was chi, physical body, magical power, martial arts, and other factors, it was more potent than others. Together with the demon wings, phoenix regeneration technique, and many other martial arts, along with the Tianyuan mirror's complement, it would easily acquire a sect master level expert's combat prowess. There definitely wouldn't be just 1 or 2 sect master level experts within the overlord forces. If he were surrounded by more than one of them, he would be in deep trouble. Of course, if his original body were to ascend to the same realm as well, he would be able to neglect these people. Compared to the Star Beast avatar that relied on its talents and bloodline, Yi Zaiwen's original body was much more robust and fearsome. Fighting someone above his cultivation realm was as easy as eating or drinking for him. Of course, the experience and hardships he would have to go through far surpass what ordinary people have to go through. However, it was now different. A large batch of their experts had already ventured deep into the ancient battlefield and wasn't at the outer areas. He could use this chance to ambush them. The other worry he had was the overlords involving the true martial school with their wrath. It would be fine if it were only Yi Shiwen alone. He could go wherever he wanted to. However, the true martial school couldn't do so. You don't have to worry. Every overlord forces had brought along 30 to 40 transcendent realm experts. Previously, more than 10 of them had already perished, and you killed another batch of them. There are only 20 plus of them remaining now. At most, they would be as strong as the true martial school. They wouldn't risk themselves to attack the true martial school. They can't dispatch experts from their main camp since their main camp is considered their foundations. They definitely wouldn't let go of it, explained Yi Mo, as if he already knew of Yi Zaiwen's worries. Yi Shiwen thought for a while and found it to be entirely truthful. If he could destroy the Overlord's base, it would deal a tremendous blow to their arrogance. The strength of a sect depends on how many transcendent realm experts they had. If the Overlord faction's transcendent realm experts hold no advantage over the true martial school, they wouldn't display their advantages in other factors. This also implied that they would be restricted. Destroy one of them, and let the other 2 factions be wary. After all, It's impossible for him to cause havoc in all three of their bases. An overlord faction that hurt its foundations might not pose a huge threat to the true martial school. But three factions working together would destroy the true martial school. You're right. Aren't they searching for my whereabouts? Then let me go up to them personally, said Yi Shiwen with a sneer. The 8 Stars school base was built on a flat land, and they had built a small-sized city here. Many experts from the 8 Stars school were inside here, and almost all of them were in the Great Sage realm. Those that were beneath the Great Sage realm dare not even enter. Otherwise, they would be dissolved by the miasma present here. Its outer areas had also become the gathering spots for numerous individual cultivators or martial warriors from some small factions. They built their camps there while being dependent on the 8 Stars school. Although the 8 Stars school might exploit them, they would receive the 8 Stars school's protection in crucial moments. The advantages and disadvantages were all mixed here. It just depended on what people prefer. Martial warriors were going in and out near the gathering spots. In fact, Transcendent Realm experts would also be occasionally seen going in and out. Overall, this place was considered tranquil. If the martial warriors weren't cultivating, they would be preparing to go out. Old dogs of the 8 Stars school, come out and die. A loud yell resounded from afar and gradually came closer. In almost an instant, it reached one of the land's areas. At the end of the road, a green silhouette wielding a sword could slowly be seen. A teenager with a 20-years-old appearance was slowly striding forward. He inexplicably drew everyone's curiosity. Every time he took a step forward, everyone's hearts would tremble. Who's this? How does he dare to act so arrogantly in front of the 8 Stars school city? Someone asked, confused. It should be known that this wasn't the base of some small factions. This was the base of the 8 Stars school, one of the overlord factions. There were quite an amount of supreme experts, as well as transcendent realm experts here. To a majority of them, this person was entering a lion's den. He must be ignorant of fear, to have the bravery to rush into here. Right, he still dares to act so arrogantly. Does he want to die? Could he be Yi Shiwen? That's right, that is Yi Shiwen. My eyes won't be mistaken. That's impossible. The 3 overlords are causing him troubles everywhere, and yet he dares to appear? He's truly not afraid of death. Although the other overlords never said anything, they were still willing to watch the situation unfold. According to the rumors, during the True Martial School's Supreme Schoolmaster's Ascension Ceremony, Yi Shiwen had shamed these overlord factions once. Many wished to see True Martial School suffer. If I were him, I would have hidden in a place where no one could find me. After the commotion had passed, only would I come out. Which is why you would never ascend the Transcendent Realm. We, martial art warriors, are already defying the heavens by cultivating. If we didn't have the heart to move forward, how can we reach the supreme realm of cultivation? Chapter 8:14. Chapter 8:14. Wipe out the base. The wolf cub was following Yi Shiwen by his side. Currently, it was running faster than anything. Yi Zaiwen's shout surprised the 8 Stars school's experts by the city. All of them took out their martial instruments and stared at Yi Shiwen coldly. More than 10 Great Sage Realm experts had appeared. This was also because there was no much time for preparation. Otherwise, more experts would emerge sooner or later. The 8 Stars School was one of the extraterrestrial overlord forces, and it was apparent how sturdy their foundations were. Let's go. He's Yi Shiwen, let's kill him. Those experts instantly formed a formation. They were all aware that they were still considered weak despite being an almighty great sage when facing a transcendent realm expert. They were just as vulnerable as an infant. The only way to handle this matter was to form a formation to hold Yi Shiwen back and await the transcendent realm experts to dispose of Yi Shiwen. These experts were stepping on a profound formation, and their aura transformed. It didn't feel like they were humans, but instead the entire world. The best thing about this formation was this ability to utilize the world's power to its biggest extent. Yi Shiwen didn't even bother turning back and barged into their formation. He just let the formation circulate by his side and didn't even bother moving. Die. A great sage couldn't hold it in anymore and took action first. His long saber pierced through the air and unleashed 8 stars royalty severing saber. Although the 8 stars school's lost technique wasn't just this technique alone. The 8 stars royalty severing saber was the most learned lost technique within the school. He unleashed 8 saber shadows to the sky full of starlights. They transformed into 8 stars to hunt Yi Shiwen down. At this moment, the long sword in Yi Zaiwen's hand moved. The long sword materialized through his sword intent instantly moved, and rays of brilliance shone. All the saber lights that enveloped the sky shattered in an instant. The sword light of the long sword didn't come to a stop. Instead, with its unstoppable momentum, it struck towards the great sage. Halt! Seeing how Yi Shiwen was about to start a massacre, the other great sages yelled in panic. The power of the entire formation circulated, and the saber lights that was about to be shattered by the sword light was reinforced. In almost an instant, those great sages gathered their power on the great sage that was attacking. However, because of the disparity in strength, they weren't able to kill Yi Shiwen off, especially when he had the combat prowess on par with a sect master. The difference between the great sage realm and the transcendent realm was huge, even if regular transcendent realm experts were considered. Yi Zaiwen's second attack instantly arrived. His speed was rapid. He seemed to have unleashed his second attack the moment he unleashed his first. However, that wasn't the case. Yi Zaiwen's first attack had merely been blocked, which was why he launched another attack. However, the speed of his second attack was rapid. He didn't even use more than 30% of his full force when executing the first attack. As a result, the second attack seemed like it came right after the first attack, an illusion where 2 sword attacks were unleashed at the same time had occurred. Although it seemed simple, only people as strong as Yi Shiwen would be able to pull it out. The long sword seemed to have pierced through space and appeared in front of the great sage, who was attacking. With a splash, the long sword pierced through his throat, and blood splattered everywhere. Even his spirit was shattered in an instant. He instantly stopped breathing. He was too weak to be fighting against Yi Shiwen. He wouldn't even be able to harm Yi Shiwen. Attack! We must hold him back and not let him flee. As long as we manage to hold him back, it would be considered a grand accomplishment, yelled a great sage realm elder. He was an elder within the 8 Stars sect. Of course, his position wasn't comparable to those transcendent realm elders. Flee? If that's the case, all of you don't have to worry. Without killing everyone here, I won't be leaving, said Yi Shiwen with a sneer. Arrogant. Such arrogance. All of the great sage realm experts berated Yi Shiwen. Their long sabers cut through the skies and formed 8 constellations. Every single constellation was surging with starlights. Numerous spiritual energies were instantly absorbed within and swooshed downwards towards Yi Shiwen. These people were experienced in battle. They had fought together for numerous years. Although they attacked very rashly, they still worked together flawlessly. In almost an instant, they had blocked away all of Yi Zaiwen's path of retreat. They wanted to prevent Yi Shiwen from escaping. Yi Shiwen sneered. He had never intended to escape. These were all unnecessary. The battle formation laid down by these great sage realm experts was quite impressive. Even Yi Shiwen felt a little pressured. However, he was merely feeling a little pressure. He immediately swung the long sword in his hand, and numerous intense sword lights exploded. They covered the entire sky and went against the descending saber shadows. Clank, 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 clank. The intense sound released by the sword light and the saber lights clashing against each other resounded continuously. A stalemate happened for a little while before the sword lights wiped out all of the saber lights with its destructive force. An even more ferocious sword light radiated from Yi Zaiwen's longsword. He unleashed his attack indifferently. Uft, uft, uft. The sound of a long sword cutting through flesh was at every corner. With only one sword, a great sage would perish by the blade after encountering it. Even their spirits were shattered into half. For the Star Beast avatar, great sages were already considered nothing. Even if these great sages were the elites among the great sages, after a short while, all of the great sages were dead. They weren't even able to contend against Yi Shiwen. "Hey, didn't I tell you to leave 2 of them to me?" said the wolf cub in a frustrated manner. Its actions made it seem unsatisfied. He wasn't able to keep up with Yi Shiwen. Whenever Yi Shiwen attacked, he would kill his enemy in an instant. The wolf club couldn't even catch up at all. Maybe it could still catch up to Yi Zaiwen's main body. However, it definitely wouldn't be able to do so with the Star Beast avatar, which had already ascended the Transcendent Realm. "Why are you so anxious? We're here to kill everyone in the 8 Stars School. There will be enough people for you to kill," Yi Shiwen said indifferently. He then entered the city with the wolf club closely following after him. It was afraid that Yi Shiwen would kill everyone here and leave no one to it. This Yi Shiwen intends to kill everyone in the 8 Stars School? How is that possible? He's too arrogant. Many people heard Yi Zaiwen's words, but dare not come close to him. They were whispering among themselves. What's so strange about it? 4 top-notch experts. The number of enemies present wouldn't matter at all. He alone can kill all of them. However, even if many of the 8 Stars School had left, there's still a huge amount of Transcendent Realm experts remaining here. Isn't he just being too arrogant? Yi Shiwen was a hot topic. Everyone looked at him like they were looking at an ancient god of killing. Although they were aware of Yi Zaiwen's origins, their impression towards him still remained when the extraterrestrial overlord's forces were still hunting him down. As such, many people from the ancient battlefield were scornful towards him. They never expected such a scene to happen, when he indeed appeared in front of them. The great sage experts of the 8 Stars School were already considered elites to them, and yet Yi Shiwen tore through them like it was nothing. It should be known that the great sages allowed to enter the ancient battlefield were elites even among the great sages. In the previous battle, even the weakest one was in the great sage late realm, and there were even a few in the great sage great perfection realm. And yet, such experts were all butchered cleanly like Yi Shiwen. It happened so quickly that no one was able to react to what had happened. Everyone felt a chill down their spine. They now understood what Yi Shiwen wanted to do. Although they were shocked by his madness, they were slightly excited to watch it as well. They wanted to see if Yi Shiwen could create a miracle and do something even they couldn't do. Yi Shiwen and the wolf cub entered the city. Many experts of the 8 Stars School had received the alerting news and were rushing towards his location. "Yi Shiwen, how dare you show up again? You're truly not afraid of death. Then, today shall mark the day of your death." A half-step Transcendent Realm expert suddenly yelled in anger and lunged himself towards Yi Shiwen. His long saber that was as brilliant as the galaxy came crashing down towards Yi Shiwen with the intention to kill. Yi Shiwen didn't even bother looking at the saber. He raised his long sword and shot a sword aura outwards, which instantly caused the saber light to shatter. That 8 Stars School's expert in the half-step Transcendent Realm suddenly broke out in cold sweat. He suddenly remembered that Yi Shiwen was a Transcendent Realm expert, and he was merely just in the half-step Transcendent Realm. Even an average Transcendent Realm expert was able to kill him off casually. In fact, Yi Shiwen was an extremely ruthless person, capable of killing experts on par with the sect master. "Weren't you complaining that I didn't leave anyone for you? How about this one?" said Yi Shiwen plainly to the wolf cub. He didn't even pay any attention to the half-step Transcendent Realm expert, and wasn't even afraid of him hearing the conversation. The previous martial art warriors were all in the Great Sage realm, and the wolf cub holds no interest in them. However, the situation is different now. An expert in the half-step transcendent late realm was extremely beneficial to the wolf cub. For the wolf cub, who was currently in the half-step transcendent intermediate peak realm, and could improve with just a little push, its target was appropriate. Haha, leave it to me. The wolf cub growled excitedly and lunged itself towards the half-step transcendent late realm expert. The half-step transcendent late realm expert's face turned pale. Yi Zaiwen's words made it seem like he was just some kind of trash discarded to the wolf cub. Go die, you animal! The half-step transcendent late realm expert felt like he had just survived from a calamity. After understanding why Yi Shiwen had let him go, he instantly felt like he was being ridiculed. Do they think that a half-step transcendent intermediate realm animal could win me? He was instantly enraged after learning about it. Chapter 8:15. Chapter 8:15. Heating up the situation, on the one hand, he felt a little lucky. On the other hand, he felt exceptionally shameful, especially for someone like him. Although he wasn't a transcendent realm expert, he lived a luxurious life within the 8-star school. Applying such disdain towards him was far worse than killing him. Animal. With that statement alone, I shall let you experience death, old man. Killing intent flickered within the wolf cub's eyes. The half-step transcendent late realm expert and the wolf cub both held their pride. Yi Zaiwen's intentions for handing the half-step transcendent late realm expert to the wolf cub was clear as day. That was for the wolf cub to use the half-step transcendent late realm expert as a polishing stone, to allow the wolf cub to ascend to the half-step transcendent late realm. When that time comes, with its exceptional bloodline, it would easily become unparalleled among those beneath the transcendent realm. The wolf cub opened his mouth and sucked the spiritual energy permeating the air into his mouth with lightning speed. A thick beam of light pillar was then abruptly shot outwards, wiping out everything in its path. The half-step transcendent late realm expert wasn't able to react to it, and the beam of light shot through his arm. Ah! With a tragic scream, his entire arm was blasted to bits by the light pillar. An unsuppressible surprise was written in his eyes. He never expected a half-step transcendent late realm animal to have the capabilities of harming him. A half-step transcendent late realm expert. How terrifying is this animal? This half-step transcendent intermediate realm wolf demon isn't as simple as he looks. As for Yi Shiwen, he didn't care about the battle occurring behind him any longer. He believed that the wolf cub could deal with it on its own. He rushed into the inner city, with many martial warriors nearby accompanying him. They were merely here to witness the outcome. They desired to witness what sort of situation would unfold. At this moment, the Transcendent Realm experts finally arrived. The one in the lead was a youthful-looking adult veteran with snow-white hair. His gaze, when staring at Yi Shiwen, was ice-cold. His horrifying aura rushed towards Yi Shiwen and engulfed Yi Shiwen within. Yi Zaiwen's entire body was continually trembling as if he was a little boat floating upon a stormy sea, prone to be flipped over by the raging waves. However, no matter how hard the old man tried, Yi Shiwen did not falter at all. Yi Shiwen, such courage you possess. You even dare to come to us yourself. Do you truly think no one in our 8 stars sect can deal with you? Today you shall pay for it, roared the old man in the lead. Isn't that the remaining old sect master of the 8 stars school? Gosh, I never expected him to be still alive, and even came here as well, said someone in disbelief as he identified the old man. According to the rumors, he disappeared after passing the sect master position to their current sect master. I never expected him to appear here. No wonder why the 8 stars school could dispatch such a huge batch of experts away without any worries. Such an ancient being is still alive. Are you sure about it? That's impossible, right? Said someone, still in disbelief. How can I see it wrongly? It's him, all right. I've also seen his portrait before. Only, I have never seen him personally myself," said that person in an unresigned manner as he refuted. Yi Shiwen smiled as he looked at the 8 Stars School's old sect master, and smiled coldly. "Someone in the 8 Stars sect can stand up against me? Why didn't I see anyone capable of doing so during my walk to here?" Yi Zaiwen's words startled everyone, and they were instantly humored. Yi Shiwen was thoroughly shaming the 8 Stars School and never held them in high regard at all. He even emphasized on how no one in the 8 Stars School could deal with him. Most importantly, he even changed fighting his way to here to walking to here. This implied that the 8 Stars School's people were too weak. After all, to him, walking in here was no different from walking in other places. However, due to the 8 Stars School's demeanor, they didn't dare to act too out of bounds, and could only hold in their laughter. Upon hearing Yi Zaiwen's words, the 8 Stars School's old sect master's face instantly turned pale, and his eyes became red. He was suddenly filled with the desire to kill Yi Shiwen and tear him to pieces. Experts usually wouldn't display any emotions on their face. Just like how people wouldn't reveal any emotions to mere ants, experts wouldn't do so to people weaker than them. However, if it were against people on par with them, they wouldn't be so calm anymore because they knew that someone on par with them could threaten themselves. Although Yi Zaiwen's bounty had increased continuously during this period, countless Transcendent Realm experts had perished under Yi Zaiwen's hands. Among them even included someone with the strength on par of a sect master. And yet, all of them weren't Yi Zaiwen's opponent. Ultimately, it also made everyone understand just how strong Yi Shiwen was. At the very least, he was someone on par with a sect master, someone that shouldn't be underestimated. Yi Shiwen, you're too arrogant. The 8 Stars School's old sect master was enraged. Even if I'm arrogant, can it be worse than you guys? The bounty for me is so high that even I was interested in the rewards. I even wanted to tie myself up and come claim the bounty rewards myself, said Yi Shiwen scornfully. The overlord forces were too used to being domineering. No matter how out of bounds their actions were, they wouldn't even think of it as something wrong. However, if someone made a small action, it would be considered arrogant in their eyes. Today, I shall kill everyone in the 8 Stars School, and nobody shall save all of you. Such boldness. Aren't you afraid that we would do the same to your true martial school? Said the old sect master as he stared at Yi Shiwen intently. Humph, are you even capable of doing so? Yi Shiwen had thought of this long ago. Naturally, he wouldn't react to the old sect master's threats. Then die. The 8 Stars School's old sect master smiled coldly and launched his fist forward. He wasn't using the 8 Stars royalty-shattering saber anymore. He was using another lost technique. The all-encompassing fist intent surged and almost destroyed the entire world. Dark Black Tyrant Fist. The entire world turned dark. The dark element released from his fist intent enveloped the space and enveloped the entire cosmos. His combat prowess was exceptionally high, worthy to be classified as one of the top-notch experts beneath the starry skies. Yi Shiwen also made his move. However, he did not unsheath his sword. Instead, he just launched his fist forward. The majestic fist power displayed the phenomena of a star and went up against the dark element. The entire world seemed like it was about to be destroyed. Boom! An intense clash happened, and storms instantly surged out, expanding outwards towards its surroundings. When the storm dissipated, everyone looked towards the clash's location, only to find the 8 Stars School's old school leader breathing heavily with an ashen expression. With only one exchange of blows, it seemed to have drained him of all his energy. Disbelief filled his eyes, as he couldn't believe that Yi Shiwen could render him to this state. He only knew of Yi Zaiwen's name not long after the matters that happened during the true martial school master ascension ceremony. At that time, Yi Shiwen was someone that had only ascended to the transcendent realm as according to the reports. He was utterly negligible. However, he never expected Yi Shiwen to grow so much during the past few years. It was already considered outstanding for someone to ascend to the transcendent realm at his age. However, becoming a top-notch expert on par with the old sect master was considered a miraculous feat, especially with Yi Zaiwen's age. And yet it happened. It made the old sect master extremely baffled. Although his combat prowess was high, Yi Shiwen didn't pale in comparison in terms of strength and cultivation. Besides, Yi Shiwen was still a youth. During their current clash, the benefits of youth were in full display. The 8 Stars School's old school leader was too old. While he might not have any problems dealing with other people, he was too old in the face of such a youthful expert like Yi Shiwen, brimming with vigor. Yi Shiwen held his hands tightly, and the golden divinity instantly clad his entire body. Facing a transcendent realm first-level expert with the strength of a sect master, he had to go all out. Otherwise, he might be the one who dies. He didn't hesitate any further and instantly rushed towards the 8 Stars School's old school leader. His fist transformed into 2 massive stars, and the shattered star fist immediately landed, displaying a horrifying might. Yi Zaiwen's action was swift. His divinity had already locked onto the 8 Stars School's old sect master firmly and gave the old sect master no room to escape. Now, the old sect master could only go head-to-head against Yi Shiwen. Otherwise, if he turned around to flee, he might be crushed by Yi Shiwen. This was the so-called momentum. Under the colossal momentum, one was forced to either forcefully go against it or go along. However, momentum wasn't on his side now and was instead with Yi Shiwen. Usually, such a situation would only occur when the fight went smoothly. However, the momentum of the battle was decided when Yi Shiwen had just attacked. Such an act was incredibly unbelievable and something he had never thought of before. Boom! Both of their fists clashed against each other fiercely once more. The all-encompassing darkness and starlights clashed and devoured each other in the air as if 2 surges of horrifying power capable of annihilating the world had fought against each other. The 8 Stars School's old school leader's face turned even paler. However, Yi Shiwen didn't have any intention of stopping. Without giving the old sect master any chance to recover, he immediately rushed forward, raised his fist, and unleashed another barrage of attack. Boom! 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 The 2 instantly traded hundreds of blows. Crack! A crisp sound of bone cracking resounded as the 8 Stars School's old sect master's right arm was forcefully broken apart by Yi Shiwen, and his arm started limping. At this moment, his expression was already ashen, and his entire body was in a sorry state. All of his hair had turned pale white, and wrinkles appeared throughout his body, with age spots accompanying it. Through the previous exchange of blows, the old sect master's remaining few vigors were consumed thoroughly. Let's end this. Yi Shiwen yelled as his fist traversed through the sky and fiercely landed on the 8 Star School's old sect master's chest. Bang! The 8 Star School's old sect master spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest caved inwards, and he immediately lost his life. Everyone spectating the fight let out a gasp of surprise. Does he want to stir up another commotion again? Chapter 816. Chapter 816. Everyone becoming speechless, everyone was startled. Does he want to stir up a commotion again? The 8 Stars School's old sect master was butchered in front of everyone. There wasn't any battle that lasted for a few days, like how they imagined. Instead, Yi Shiwen had gained the upper hand since its start and killed the 8 Stars School's old school leader in the end. During their fight, the advantage of youth over an old man was in full display. After all, the old sect master was already old to begin with, and his vigor wasn't comparable to Yi Shiwen at all. The battle was exceptionally intense, which resulted in the consumption of vigor 100 times higher than usual. At such a rate, it allowed Yi Shiwen to take the opportunity to land a killing blow. Ultimately, Yi Shiwen killed the old sect master. In the path of martial warriors, Most youth would have a higher chance of improving themselves. The older they got, the lesser the possibility of improvement, compared to this 8-star school's old school leader who had lived for thousands of years. Yi Shiwen, who was only more than 100 years old, was considered too young. Even among the Sage Realm and Great Sage Realm experts, he was considered to be young. The Transcendent Realm, slightly older than him, like Huang Wuji, were also at least 1,000 years old. Yi Shiwen excels in seizing his opponent's weakness and unleashing a barrage of attacks through that particular weakness. No one was able to handle such an impact, which was why Yi Shiwen was able to wipe out everyone obstructing his path. Old Sect Master, curses, you infidel! Seeing Yi Shiwen killing the old Sect Master, all the 8-star school experts had their eyes reddened. The desire to tear Yi Shiwen apart surged strongly within them. Yi Zaiwen's expression remained unfazed, as if he had merely done something insignificant. Ever since the 8-star school had been continuously dispatching people to kill him, they were destined to fight to the death. If he didn't make them cower by continuously killing them, the hunting for Yi Shiwen would never stop. At this moment, more than 10 Transcendent Realm experts within the city appeared and unleashed their attacks. They were all 8-star school experts that remained to guard their base. Currently, they were all lunging themselves towards Yi Shiwen. Although they were all experts within the Transcendent Realm first level, they weren't even comparable to the old Sect Master, let alone Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen die. The 8-star school's Transcendent Realm experts had their eyes covered in bloody veins, and their all-encompassing saber lights came slashing down at Yi Shiwen. Every single saber light could easily slash a half-step Transcendent Realm expert in half, not to mention the saber lights that enveloped the entire sky that was pouring down on him like rain. Everyone spectating felt a chill down their spine, as if they had seen something unbelievable. The spectators were all taking shelter in the 8-star school's base. In fact, none of them were Transcendent Realm experts. The first time they witnessed the Transcendent Realm experts' attacks, they were baffled by the Transcendent Realm experts' horrifying might. With such attacks, even Yi Shiwen wouldn't be able to withstand it, no matter how strong he is, right? After all, it's only him alone. Clang! With a clear resonance of the sword, a sword light that soared through the sky gushed out from Yi Zaiwen's body. Every single pore of his was releasing sword chi, which ultimately condensed into a terrifying massive sword in the air. With the terrifying sword radiance emitting from its body, it instantly came slashing horizontally. It came crashing towards the all-encompassing sword lights. Boom! 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 Sounds of huge explosions resounded from the clash of the sword light and the saber light. The two of them seemed to be brawling against each other, refusing to compromise with each other. A large light sphere formed in midair, which transformed into countless terrifying energy spheres. Bringing along all the sand particles in its path, numerous energy spheres expanded outwards. This was the result of the oppression between the two extremely horrifying attacks. Within the light sphere, Yi Zaiwen's sword was dyed with a layer of gold radiance, which increased its might. By crushing it horizontally, the all-encompassing sword lights started to crack inches by inches. With a boom, all the sword lights were instantly shattered apart. Those Transcendent Realm experts couldn't withstand the horrifying pressure of the sword any longer. The pressure felt like a mountain that was crushing them. Before the attack even landed, they had the urge to spit their blood out. Clang! 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 The sword might split itself into dozens of sword lights and went into pursuit. Poof! 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 All the Transcendent Realm experts immediately exploded and turned into a pool of blood. All of their defense was laughable in the face of Yi Zaiwen's sword light. Blood-colored radiance started flickering from Yi Zaiwen's body, and the pools of blood were all absorbed by him. These were the blood essence of Transcendent Realm experts, which were extremely scarce. Yi Shiwen retracted his focus and realized that the wolf cub was running towards him. However, Wolf Cub's expression wasn't carefree anymore. Instead, he looked extremely messy. On its black fur, bloody fleshes could be seen. There were even wounds so deep that its bones were visible. The pain was so great that Wolf Cub gritted its teeth. It seemed like a half-step transcendent late realm expert wasn't someone it could defeat easily. However, Yi Shiwen could feel the vague transformation in the wolf's aura. It was a sign of evolution. Although the battle was tough, after tending to its wounds and entering closed cultivation once more, it might become a half-step transcendent late realm expert. When the time comes, it wouldn't even be far from ascending the transcendent realm. Yi Shiwen instantly felt speechless. Such speed of cultivation was already much faster than his main body. Looking at Yi Shiwen, noticing its wounds, the wolf cub gritted its teeth and said, "What are you looking at? I merely suffered from a negligible wound. That bastard was torn apart by me." Negligible. Yi Shiwen was speechless against the wolf cub that was acting tough. Yi Shiwen quickly shifted his state of mind, and his eyes became ice cold. He said, "Everyone from the 8 Stars School, don't even think about leaving here alive today." On that day, blood flowed in the 8 Stars School's base like a river, with corpses littered everywhere. Everyone in the 8 Stars School was slain by Yi Shiwen, with no one able to escape. However, other than the 8 Stars School's experts, Yi Shiwen did not kill anyone else. Yi Shiwen did not kill the stray cultivators that were being dependent on the 8 Stars School. They could only watch Yi Shiwen leave. The corpses of the 8 Stars School's experts were all over the place and looked incredibly tragic. Everyone could only say one sentence in shock. He startled everyone in the heaven and earth. Not long after Yi Shiwen left, the news of Yi Shiwen wiping out the 8 Stars School's base was quickly spread around the ancient battlefield and caused an uproar. Previously, Yi Shiwen was already considered famous. No matter if it was his act of killing everyone from the dim shadow 10 extremities, or even slaying a sect master-level expert, it already made his name renowned. However, most people didn't pay it much attention. After all, no matter how strong Yi Shiwen was, he was still hiding from the oppression of the 3 overlord factions, cowering in fear. Yi Shiwen could only use attrition tactics against them. He had never fought against them head-on at all. And yet this time he had killed everyone in the 8 Stars School's base. The thought of one person killing everyone within an overlord force's base was enough to make one go crazy and cause their blood to boil. When news about Yi Shiwen's feat was spread around, it truly shocked everyone in the ancient battlefield. It swept out, just like a windstorm. Over the past few years, these overlords were all extremely ferocious, with no one that dared defend them. Now such a person appeared. He instantly dealt a death blow to the 8 Stars School with his appearance, killing everyone present within their base. Have you heard of it? Someone wiped out the entire 8 Stars School's base. Such a miraculous feat. I have. One of my friends was coincidentally spectating the match. Upon seeing that scene, he was almost shocked to death. Yi Shiwen even killed such a horrifying person, like the 8 Stars School's old sect master. In fact, Yi Shiwen had gained the upper hand since the start of the battle. Afterward, even the dozens of Transcendent Realm experts had perished by his hands. What a ruthless killer! In such a short amount of time, more than 30 Transcendent Realm experts had already perished by his hands. Who cares? As long as he doesn't kill us. It doesn't matter who he kills. That's right. According to the rumors, he doesn't kill others without reason. As long as we don't offend him, he wouldn't even bother touching us. I'm interested in the reaction of the 8 Stars School's experts that are currently venturing outside. I wonder how mad they would be. So what if they're mad? Currently, they only have more than 10 Transcendent Realm experts left. It might be too difficult for them to take Yi Shiwen down. That's true. Even an expert like the old sect master wasn't able to defeat Yi Shiwen. No one might be able to harm him at all. The entire ancient battlefield was in a state of surprise and panic. Those people who accepted the mission to assassinate Yi Shiwen felt fortunate, as they didn't have the chance to take action yet. Otherwise, them assaulting Yi Shiwen would result in their death. There was no exception to it. Even a force with the foundations as dense as the 8 Stars School was annihilated. They would merely be seeking death if they were to go up against Yi Shiwen. For a while, everyone became speechless. Even the experts from the Meteor Sect and the Heavenly Marshal Sect became speechless. In the face of Yi Zaiwen's domineering ferocious might, they remained silent. They wouldn't be so ignorant to think that Yi Shiwen wouldn't dare to touch them at all. If this fanatic could even kill everyone within the 8 Stars School's base, what else does he not dare to do? Initially, they were brazenly underestimating Yi Shiwen. Now, they didn't dare to do so any longer. After all, Yi Shiwen had killed everyone within an Overlord Force's base, with a sect master level expert included within. Even their current sect master couldn't do so, as they didn't possess such combat prowess. Yi Shiwen was just like a nuclear bomb. Wherever he passed by, destruction would occur. He had already become a deterrence in the eyes of others. If there weren't any need, no one would be willing to offend such a fanatic. They had already witnessed the outcome of provoking him through the 8 Stars sect. Solely because of Yi Shiwen, they had already lost more than 20 Transcendent Realm experts, which significantly damaged their foundations. No one was willing to end up in such a sorry state. Chapter 817. Chapter 817. Eat another fist of mine. What does it mean to have a wicked reputation? This was it. After making a wicked reputation out of himself, no one dared to trouble him any further. After all, it was no different from seeking death. Everyone in the entire ancient battlefield became speechless for a while, as if they were still submerged in Yi Zaiwen's demeanor. They didn't dare to voice out anything, and not even dare to hunt Yi Shiwen down. Suddenly, news was released from the deeper parts of the ancient battlefield. Through the venturing of numerous Transcendent Realm experts, they finally found something that deeply resembled the mythical world tree pathway deep in the ancient battlefield. All of a sudden, the entire ancient battlefield was in a ruckus. Many experts were reluctant to continue waiting outside and instantly rushed into the ancient battlefield's deep parts, into the area filled with vast miasma. Suddenly, Yi Zaiwen's act of killing everyone within the 8 Stars School's base became insignificant. Only after a day had passed, no one was discussing it any further. Very quickly, Yi Shiwen had acquired the coordinates of the entrance to the true martial school pathway. Without any hesitation, he immediately rushed to the deep parts of the ancient battlefield. Above the miasma, Yi Zaiwen's figure was just like a stream of light traversing through the miasma. The miasma's terrifying corrosiveness was constantly corroding his protective aura. Ancient Baron's continent, here I come. Brilliance was radiating within Yi Zaiwen's eyes. If he couldn't locate the spatial pathway that leads to the ancient Baron's continent here, he would choose to go to the demon domain. His Star Beast avatar had already achieved the peak in cultivation and could feel the existence of the barrier. It gave the feeling that he had reached the limits of the sky and had no room for improvement any longer. In other words, he had no other way of continuing his breakthrough any longer. Beneath the starry skies, it would be pointless. As for his main body, he was already in the half-step transcendent initial realm peak. A little more, and he would be able to ascend to the half-step transcendent intermediate realm. However, this advancement was extremely hard for him. Not only was it already hard for his main form to break through, to begin with, but he had also even laid down some difficulties ahead of him, hindering his path. Yi Shiwen was ambitious. He had a huge ambition. He desired to possess the strength capable of rivaling a transcendent realm expert when he's only in the half-step transcendent intermediate realm. If such an idea were released to the public, it would shock everyone. As a matter of fact, the disparity in strength between a half-step transcendent realm expert and a transcendent realm expert was huge. In the past, even when the Star Beast avatar was fighting against a Transcendent Realm expert, it didn't have any chances of refuting. After receiving a hit, it could only run for its life. If it weren't for the Tianyuan mirror, it wouldn't even be able to contend against a Transcendent Realm expert. Even if they were only half a step apart, the difference was indeed like the distance between heaven and earth itself. And yet, Yi Shiwen was now thinking of having the strength to rival a Transcendent Realm first-level peak, when he was only in the half-step Transcendent Realm. Only a lunatic would have such thoughts. However, Yi Zaiwen's thought process was different. This wasn't his first time doing so. He also knew that the difficulty he would face would be unprecedented. As such, he would require much more accumulation and stabilization in cultivation. At the very least, his main body had always been in closed cultivation. No matter if it was in the ancient Barrens continent or beneath the starry skies, it didn't hold any influence on him. Yi Shiwen had already made his decision to embark on the ancient Barrens continent. Of course, he would only leave after every single matter beneath the starry skies had been settled. The vast and continuous mountain range was enveloped in layers of dense miasma. In front of the mountain range, a large batch of experts had been waiting for a long time. Numerous experts were quietly waiting at this spot, which was the entrance of the spatial pathway connected to the ancient Barrens continent. From afar, Huang Wuji was leading a group of people from the true martial school here. Compared to these overlords, the true martial school was significantly weaker. As a result, they received the news much later, which was why they were only arriving here by now. So, this is where the antenna of the world tree from the myth, the legendary spatial pathway, is located at, said Huang Wuji as he narrowed his eyes. He then looked at the large batch of Transcendent Realm experts around him. This was the first time he had seen so many Transcendent Realm experts gathered in the same spot. No matter if it was the true martial school or the extraterrestrial overlords, the number of Transcendent Realm experts didn't imply the number of Transcendent Realm experts present beneath the starry skies. After all, there were far too many stray Transcendent Realm experts beneath the starry skies, belonging to no forces. That's right, there's so many Transcendent Realm experts present here. If it wasn't for the spatial pathway, more than half of the experts present might still be in closed cultivation, said the chief of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak. Under such a situation where so many experts surveillance around, they couldn't act too domineering. The Transcendent Realm experts were still feeling fine. However, those great sages and half-step Transcendent Realm experts were suffering from it. Under those Transcendent Realm experts' sharp glances, they felt a stinging sensation and felt like numerous holes had appeared on their bodies. The overlords could dispatch some of their experts to build a base to accommodate the great sage and half-step Transcendent Realm experts. However, the true martial school didn't have the capabilities to do so and could only bring all of them along. In fact, it was even safer this way. Those are the experts of the true martial school. True martial school? I've heard of it before. It's the sect where Yi Shiwen was from. I guess no one would expect such an exceptional prodigy like Yi Shiwen to originate from such a small sect, right? I agree. If I didn't hear about it from someone else, I wouldn't believe that someone could reach his level. Everyone was muttering upon the arrival of the true martial school, with most of them containing a gaze filled with curiosity, which sprouted from Yi Zaiwen's previously established reputation. The true martial school did not get angry upon hearing their discussions. On the contrary, they even felt proud. After all, Yi Shiwen originated from their true martial school. No matter what, he was still a disciple from the true martial school. True martial school! A loud shout resounded from a distance. Everyone's expression in the true martial school instantly changed upon seeing more than 30 Transcendent Realm experts surrounding them with an oppressive momentum. They were all experts from the 8 Stars School, the Heavenly Martial Sect and the Meteor Sect. Those 3 sects had suffered dramatically from Yi Zaiwen's hands, which made them hold a deep grudge against Yi Shiwen. Since they couldn't locate Yi Shiwen, they wanted to vent out all their anger on the true martial school. "What do you think you're doing?" said Huang Wuji as he strode forward. As the schoolmaster, he would naturally have to stand up in such a situation. "What are we doing? I want to eradicate your true martial school." The 8 Stars Sect school leader was a handsome, middle-aged man. He stepped forward and said with a savage expression, "Blame Yi Shiwen for being in the true martial sect. Now, I shall also let him suffer from having his heart broken." Without a doubt, among the 3 overlords, the 8 Stars school hated Yi Shiwen to the core. Not only had numerous experts perished by the Yellow Springs, but Yi Shiwen had also killed everyone in their base. Not only did they lose dozens of Transcendent Realm experts, numerous half-step Transcendent Realm experts, and Great Sage experts had also perished by Yi Zaiwen's hands. So many bloods were spilled, and so many corpses were laying around the base. It caused them to suffer a significant loss. How could they not hate Yi Shiwen? Everyone from the true martial school's expression instantly changed, especially those that were still proud of Yi Shiwen. Currently, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. This Yi Shiwen is so proficient in causing us troubles. Ultimately, he even made us involved. That's right. It's a pity that he's not here. If he's here, we shall kill him as well, said the Heavenly Martial Sect's sect lord. He was a middle-aged man with a robust figure. Although the losses they suffered weren't as significant as the 8 Star School, it was undoubtedly still a considerable loss. Such shamelessness! If it wasn't for your sect's experts being greedy, how would you suffer from such a huge loss? The disciples of the true martial sect were instantly enraged. As the news of the 3 overlords hunting Yi Shiwen down was released, the White Sun sect had also exposed the reason for their grudges and the losses experienced by the 3 overlord forces. Everyone was aware of their greed. If it weren't for them not leaving after seeing so many zombies around, they wouldn't suffer from such a significant loss. Humph, what a witty mouth. After killing all of you, I'll see how witty your mouths will be, said the Meteor sect lord as he smiled coldly. He was an old man with a youthful appearance, accompanied by a hair full of snow white. Everyone prepare to fight to the death, Huang Wuji yelled. Seeing how the battle was pretty much unavoidable at this point, everyone in the true martial school had activated their martial arts and were prepared to brawl against these experts. Even if they died, they didn't want to live shamefully. Who dares to harm the people from my true martial sect? A clear voice resounded from afar. A stream of golden light traveled from afar and shot towards where everyone was, accompanied by an extremely horrifying aura. He instantly rushed towards the 3 overlords' forces that contained more than 30 Transcendent Realm experts. "It's you again, little brat." The 8 Stars school leader was the first to react to the situation. Upon seeing Yi Shiwen, his eyes instantly became red, filled with killing intent. The old school leader that perished by Yi Zaiwen's hands was his master. Among those that held a deep grudge against Yi Shiwen, the 8 Stars School's sect master was undoubtedly the one that hated him the most. Without any hesitation, the 8 Stars School's sect master immediately unleashed his fist towards Yi Shiwen. With the flux of the all-encompassing starlights, a surge of domineering fist might was instantly unleashed. He was someone with the combat prowess comparable to a sect master. His terrifying combat prowess was currently in full display. Humph. Yi Shiwen snorted coldly. He clenched his hand into a fist and instantly blasted a shattered star fist towards the 1,000 Starlord fist. Boundless, overwhelming chi surged, and the two fiercely clashed against each other. Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded as the two powers clashed against each other. It destroyed the courtyard they were in, and a giant mushroom cloud rose, which formed a massive ray of light pillar. A silhouette fell out from the light pillar, with his posture in a slightly sorry state. It was the 8 Stars school leader. Chapter 8:18. Chapter 8:18. invisible deterrents, eat another fist of mine. A yell resounded from the light pillar. Another silhouette rushed out from within and unleashed another exceptionally horrifying fist. Vast starlights were radiating from the fist, turning his entire fist into a massive star. It almost tore the entire sky apart. Boom! The 8 Stars school leader never expected Yi Zaiwen's aura to recover so quickly. After the previous clash, when he was still recovering from the after effects of Yi Zaiwen's fist, Yi Shiwen had already arrived in front of him. He quickly put up his defense. However, he didn't have enough time to be fully on guard and couldn't contend against Yi Shiwen at all. With another loud bang, his body flew outwards and crashed into the mountain range beside. The 8 Stars School's sect master's protective aura was dissipated by Yi Zaiwen's punch, which resulted in him being exposed to the miasma. In almost an instant, his entire face was corroded beyond recognition. He immediately let out an anguished scream. The terrifyingness of the miasma was beyond everyone's imagination. Even with a transcendent realm physique, no one dared to expose their skin directly to these miasmas. It took him a long time to clad himself in his protective aura once more. However, his entire body was now corroded beyond recognition. No matter how exceptional the regeneration powers of a transcendent realm expert was, it would still be extremely difficult to heal such wounds and purge these miasma out of their body. He was currently absorbing more air than he could vent out. Through the previous battle, it almost made him lose his life. Currently, he could only stare at Yi Shiwen and dare not execute any other actions. Everyone started at Yi Shiwen, who was still in the air, dumbfoundedly. With that domineering brilliance surrounding him, he seemed like the reincarnation of an ancient overlord. Everyone only had one thought remaining. Yi Shiwen was much more horrifying than what the rumors suggested. In the past, when he first defeated a sect master-level expert, he barely managed to win. The second time he killed a sect master-level expert, he had traded hundreds of blows with the 8 Stars School's old school leader. In the end, the 8 Stars School's old school leader lost his vigor, which ultimately resulted in his defeat. Only a while had passed, and yet he seemed to have improved, becoming much more horrifying. With 2 punches, he had already profoundly wounded the 8 Stars School's school leader. The battle didn't seem like the battle between 2 people of the same realm. Instead, it seemed like one side was a transcendent realm expert, while the other was in the half-step transcendent realm. However, most people on the spot were transcendent realm experts. Although they had differences in terms of strength, none of them were weaklings. They could tell that Yi Shiwen wasn't strong enough to wound the 8 Stars School's sect master with 2 blows alone. Instead, he merely took advantage of the timing. He was more potent than the 8 Stars school leader, which implied a shorter recovery time. When the 8 Stars school leader was still recovering, Yi Shiwen took the opportunity to attack. The theory was elementary. However, none of them were able to imitate Yi Zaiwen's actions. After all, his opponent was a sect master-level expert, which was already considered the strongest among the transcendent realm experts. How could their speed be slow? Of course, it was impossible. Then, only one explanation remained. Yi Zaiwen's speed was merely too quick. His movement speed and recovery speed was top-notch. As a result, he was able to create such a shocking effect. Yi Shiwen was only able to do so because of the 2 lost techniques, the Phoenix Regeneration Technique and the Devil Wings. However, most people couldn't care less about it. They only felt that Yi Shiwen was too strong. Is this the rising of another horrifying expert? This was especially true to the people from the true martial school. They were all staring at Yi Shiwen in shock. Contrary to others, they were the ones that witnessed Yi Zaiwen's progression. They witnessed him being a weakling, all the way to ascending the transcendent realm. However, no one expected Yi Shiwen to experience such a shocking growth spurt. He's truly getting more and more horrifying, and is becoming more and more of a monster, said Mu Xingjie bitterly. Initially, he still treated Yi Shiwen as his opponent. Now he had emptied his mind off such thoughts. While he might have a chance to catch up to Huang Wuji, he couldn't catch up to Yi Shiwen at all. However, after seeing Yi Zaiwen's strength, it also allowed him to let go of the knot in his heart. Although he wasn't comparable to Yi Shiwen, he was still a prodigy. However, a prodigy was still a human. A human couldn't be compared to a monster at all. Mu Shengji's words gained the approval of various chief elders and the disciples of the true martial school. Other than a monster, there was no other term to describe Yi Shiwen anymore. Yi Shiwen had also gave Huang Wuji countless surprises. Huang Wuji never expected Yi Shiwen to be so outstanding. With such an expert presiding over the true martial school, he didn't have to worry about the true martial school's flourishment any longer. The entire area was quiet, and hundreds of Transcendent Realm experts remained silent. They merely looked at Yi Shiwen and dared not speak, lest being killed on the spot. Who still dares to target our true martial school? Yi Shiwen stared at everyone present coldly. Then his gaze locked onto the three Overlord factions' experts. There were many people present that held malicious intentions towards the true martial school. However, the only ones that genuinely held a grudge against the true martial school were the three Overlord forces. After all, strictly speaking, they were the ones that had suffered by the hands of Yi Shiwen. Previously, Yi Shiwen was still a little afraid. After all, no matter how strong he was, it's impossible for him to go against tens of Transcendent Realm experts together. However, the situation was now different. Now that his strength had experienced a breakthrough, he wasn't afraid of another besiege anymore. Besides, the Star Beast avatar itself wasn't afraid of fighting against a besiege to begin with. Even the three Overlord forces remained silent. Yi Zaiwen's domineering aura was just like a hand, grabbing their necks firmly. Even breathing became difficult for them. Their initial arrogance had also disappeared entirely in an instant. Now, forget about finding troubles for Yi Shiwen. They would be glad if Yi Shiwen didn't make things hard for them. Many people were feeling despair. Despite being in the Transcendent Realm, the differences between them were far too significant. Most importantly, Yi Shiwen was merely a little over 100 years old. To the Transcendent Realm experts that had the lifespan of tens of thousands of years, he had barely lived through 1% of his lifespan. At the very least, Yi Shiwen could still dominate everyone beneath the starry skies for thousands of years. In other words, they might have to live under the shadow of this peerless expert for the next few thousands of years. Yi Shiwen had already planted an unparalleled impression deep in their hearts. As a result, a chain was binding their heart, causing them to have a weakness. Unless Yi Shiwen was killed, such a chain was impossible to be broken apart. Calm down, little brother Yi. The reason why we came here is for the pathway leading to the ancient Baron's continent. It would pose no benefits for everyone present if an internal battle were to happen. At this moment, a clear voice resounded, which broke through the awkward and quiet environment. A handsome, middle-aged man flew over, looked at everyone present, and smiled. For whatever reason, this middle-aged man's tone felt smart and refreshing. It was hard for someone to hate this voice at all. That's right. Having an internal fight right now would cause our strength to deteriorate. Let's just wait until we finish exploring the ancient battlefield. Settle your grudges after you go outside, everyone quickly said. Even the various experts of the Meteor Sect, the Heavenly Martial Sect, and the 8 Stars School nodded. Going against Yi Shiwen now ensured their death. If this lunatic truly massacred everyone on the spot, they wouldn't even have a chance to complain about it. It wasn't impossible as well. Yi Zaiwen's previous act of killing everyone within the 8 Stars School's base had already been spread to their ears. As such, they had to act extremely carefully. Currently, they held no advantage against Yi Shiwen. On the contrary, if they were in the outside world, they could dispatch a large batch of troops to crush the true martial school. Under such oppression, The strength of a transcendent realm expert wouldn't suffice in determining the outcome of the warfare. However, they could only think about it. Even if they dispatched many troops and annihilated the entire true martial school, it would be pointless if Yi Shiwen wasn't killed. With Yi Zaiwen's capabilities, he would continuously harass them. They wouldn't be able to withstand his harassment for long either, and would crumble. Through these matters, Yi Shiwen had become a core strength of deterrence. As long as he doesn't die, others would have to be wary of dealing with the true martial school. Unless the news of his death were confirmed, none of the overlord forces would dare to attack the true martial school. Of course, things would be different if someone was able to rival Yi Shiwen. Otherwise, they could only grit their teeth and accept the proposal unresignedly. Seeing the commotion caused by the crowd, Yi Shiwen could only go with the flow. It didn't matter either. After all, those 3 overlord forces would not dare to take action. The strength of a person might be nothing in the face of a considerable force. However, if one were strong enough, even the forces would have to be wary of him. Everyone, let's work together to blast this hole. According to the texts, there should be a cave deep inside this hole. The pathway heading to the ancient Baron's continent would be at the deepest part of the cave, said an old transcendent realm expert. He had been living for a long time. Although he might not be the strongest, he was considered to be extremely knowledgeable. All right. That's right. With all of us working together, we would be able to blast this hole away. Let's do it together. Various experts yelled together. If hundreds of transcendent realm experts unleashed their attacks at the same time outside of the ancient battlefield, the entire world would crumble. Only in the ancient battlefields, where even laws were twisted and shattered, would be able to contain such horrifying attacks. A shocking loud bang resounded. Terrifying energy waves seemed to have pierced through their souls, and a brilliant divine light shot to the sky, just like a volcano explosion. Boundless and endless spiritual energy started surging fanatically in an instant, and the gorgeous radiance expanded outwards like a tsunami, bringing along all the particles in its path. Chapter 819. Chapter 819. The fierce battle within the cave as these terrifying divine light expanded. Even some transcendent realm experts were having difficulty withstanding its vibration. The half-step transcendent realm experts and the great sage experts of the true martial school felt an immense amount of pressure crushing them, as if the entire sky was going to crumble. When hundreds of transcendent realm experts unleashed their attacks together, it was sufficient to destroy the whole cosmos. Fortunately, just when they were almost unable to withstand it any further, a blood-colored barrier materialized in front of them and blocked the waves of energy ripples. Otherwise, they would have been deeply wounded, with some of them perishing. It was conceivable how terrifying this horrible impact was. Under such force, the hole became larger and larger. Without the mountain moving, a cave appeared from within, which excited everyone. It was precisely the same as how the texts described it to be. In other words, it would be much easier to locate the mythical pathway. The instant the cave appeared, a wave of terrifying black miasma came surging out and rushed towards the sky. In almost an instant, black clouds were formed in the air, which covered the miasma that was initially there. Everyone's gaze turned serious. Only when the miasma was sealed for too many years would it form such a terrifying miasma. Everyone was quietly waiting, and no one rushed upwards. They would only enter after the miasma were all released. Yi Shiwen, be careful. We aren't aware of what kind of troubles lie ahead within this cave. You don't have to rush in as well. After all, with your strength, you'll have your place here. Yi Emo reminded. This cave is too weird. Yi Zaiwen's expression was also twisted. Upon hearing Yi Mo's words, he affirmed his feelings. Little brother Yi, who knew that we would meet each other again. After delivering a voice transmission to the true martial school's disciples, reminding them to be careful and not act rashly, a clear laughing voice resounded near him. Upon looking towards the voice source, The person he saw was no other than the man he had previously met by the tea shop, Li Feng. "Senior Li," said Yi Shiwen as he cupped his hands, being courteous. Even until now, Yi Shiwen was still unable to see through Li Feng's cultivation. Li Feng's cultivation was still far higher than Yi Shiwen, or he had some martial arts which helped to conceal his cultivation, just like Yi Zaiwen's aura convergence martial art. "How long has it been? Your speed of progression is truly shocking," said Li Feng with a hint of surprise. "And yet am still inferior to you," said Yi Shiwen as he smiled bitterly. While he might be considered a top-notch expert beneath the starry skies, he still couldn't see through Li Feng. "Haha, this is nothing. You'll surely reach my stage one day," said Li Feng indifferently. In other words, he was admitting that he was stronger than Yi Shiwen. "Later, 10 token plates will appear from within. If you want to leave here, you must acquire one of them." Suddenly, Yi Shiwen received Li Feng's voice transmission. Yi Shiwen was startled. He didn't know why Li Feng would tell him such important news. He didn't doubt Li Feng either. After all, Li Feng had no reason to lie to him. "All right, I shall take my leave first," said Li Feng. After staring intently at Xiaoya, he turned around, turned into a stream of light, and rushed within the cave. Seeing that someone had made a move, the various experts around finally couldn't hold it in any longer. They were afraid of being slower than others, and thus being unable to reap the benefits within. Hundreds of experts rushed within the cave in an instant. Then Yi Shiwen finally led the true martial school group within the cave. Everyone was advancing quickly. After a short while, they had already reached the deep parts of the cave. While the cave didn't seem big from the outside, the inside was truly spacious. Roar! When Yi Shiwen and his group entered, the crowd had already ventured far deeper. They could only hear the roars of beasts resounding from within, followed by the yells of the transcendent realm experts and the explosive sounds of combat. Everyone dared not delay any further and instantly rushed forward, only to be greeted by a shocking scene. More than 10 zombies clad in a fur coat were blocking in front of them and were fighting against hundreds of transcendent realm experts. If it weren't for their dense death chi, Yi Shiwen wouldn't have been able to identify these furry beasts as zombies. A furry zombie rushed into the 8 Stars School's crowd and grabbed towards the 8 Stars School's sect leader, which was being protected in the center. The smell of blood reeked from his wound, which Yi Shiwen had inflicted, making the furry zombie attracted to him. Everyone in the 8 Stars School displayed a formation and wanted to fend this furry zombie off. The furry zombie didn't know what kind of expert was in front of it. Instead, it unleashed its vast ghost claw and scratched towards the 8 Stars School's school leader. Various elders from the 8 Stars School unleashed their horrifying saber lights and stood in front of the ghost's claw. Clang! When their long saber clashed against the huge furry hand, the sound of metal clashing resounded. However, the claw wasn't hurt at all. Its hand continued its advancement towards the 8 Stars School's school leader. The 8 Stars School's school leader was instantly enraged. Previously, he had already been shamed by Yi Shiwen outside. Now, even this beast was treating him like a weakling. He immediately unleashed a terrifying saber light and stood atop the vast ghost claw. Plish! The saber light could only leave a scratch on that all-encompassing ghost claw. The saber light wasn't able to stop its advancement. The 8 Stars School's school leader was shocked. He never expected his full force attack to be powerless in stopping the ghost claw's advancement. It instantly enraged him further. However, the ghost claw's direction of advancement had been altered. It clawed towards a transcendent realm elder beside him. Ah! The elder let out a tragic scream. The colossal hand pierced through his chest, and his heart was crushed. Blood was gushing out from his body, along with his organs that were crushed into bits. Everything was so eerie and gory. In only an instant, a terrifying transcendent realm expert was killed. The true martial school's martial warriors broke out in cold sweat upon witnessing it. If it wasn't for Yi Shiwen, it might have happened to them, which will result in all of them being massacred. They never expected such a terrifying zombie to still exist. Each of them had the combat prowess of a sect master level expert, and their physiques were impregnable. Other than being a little slow, they didn't seem to have any form of weakness. However, when they were merely guarding this location, their weakness didn't seem like a weakness anymore. Kill them. Only by killing them will we locate the passage. Someone shouted, which strongly motivated the martial warriors to fight. Various experts unleashed their attacks at the same time, which was a terrifying sight to behold. When different kinds of lost martial arts were unleashed together, it was sufficient to cause the world to collapse. At this moment, the ancient cave was resounding with the roars of the furry zombies and the experts' yells within. Boom! 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 Terrifying explosions, sounds resounded everywhere. These monsters' bodies were like metal and weren't afraid of any attacks. They rushed straight into the experts' formations. Under the continuous attack of tens of those monsters, the martial warriors' factions were continually retreating. Although their fighting spirit had been kindled, they were still fearful of the stagnant situation they couldn't overcome. Humph! A cold snort resounded from the middle-aged man who mediated the situation earlier. Only by now did Yi Shiwen know that he was the sect master of the Burning Heavens sect, one of the extraterrestrial overlord factions. He flew upwards and materialized a massive blazing door. He then used the door to oppress the furry zombie. This was the Burning Heavens sect's garrisoned martial instrument, the Burning Heavens Door. According to the rumors, the Burning Heavens sect's ancestors acquired this martial instrument by luck, along with various martial arts and lost techniques beside it. He used these resources to establish the Burning Heavens sect and ultimately reigned a domain. The martial arts and the Burning Heavens Door that he had acquired were all powerful. The furry zombie let out an enraged roar and unleashed a supreme fist art. A surge of terrifying fist intent was being launched towards the massive door. Boom! The fist intent was nothing in the face of the blazing Burning Heavens Door. In almost an instant, the fist intent was burned to crisps. The Burning Heavens Door's momentum was unabated, and it continued rushing towards that furry zombie. Bang! The furry zombie let out a tragic scream as it watched its body being burned by the snow-white flames. The flame was so hot, it turned the furry zombie into ashes. The Burning Heavens sect master's face was a little pale. When activating the Burning Heavens Door, even if he didn't utilize it to the maximum, it was still too exhausting to do so. He couldn't just keep operating the Burning Heavens Door like that. The battle here was considered insignificant. After all, the Burning Heavens sect wasn't the only one that brought their garrisoned martial instruments. Some other forces had brought it as well and were now forced to use it. All of a sudden, the battle between them and the zombies entered a stagnant state. Everyone in the true martial school let out a sigh of relief. These zombies were powerful and possessed the combat prowess of a sect master. In fact, they were much stronger than the sect master level experts within the hundreds of Transcendent Realm experts. Fortunately, the Transcendent Realm experts had brought along their garrisoned martial instruments, which managed to hold the zombies back. If they continued their massacre in this manner, the zombies would ultimately be eradicated. However, Yi Shiwen finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He rushed forward and fought against a furry zombie. Behind him, the true martial school could only work together to hold back a furry zombie. They didn't dare to do things rashly. After all, they didn't have a sect master level expert among them, and Huang Wuji was still far from reaching it. Chapter 820. Chapter 820. Acquiring the token plate among the group of Transcendent Realm experts. Only the sect master level experts possessed deterrence, just like the true martial school's former schoolmaster and the old city lord. Upon locating a furry zombie, Yi Shiwen started fighting against it. The furry zombie's flesh was genuinely impregnable. What's more, there was even poison coated around its body. When tainted by it, one might even transform into a zombie. This was indeed a terrifying poison. Other than their body being stiff and their speed being a little slow, they didn't possess any weakness. For Yi Shiwen, they were like some rare punching bags. Indeed, while others thought of these furry zombies as extremely dangerous entities, they were not more than punching bags in the eyes of Yi Shiwen. Boom! 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 Yi Shiwen could utilize his full strength without any worries and didn't hold back at all. Only these zombies would be able to withstand his horrifying attacks. The two sides returned to the most primitive brawl. There weren't any kinds of fancy martial arts or techniques anymore. There was only the brawl using pure strength and physique. A punch, another punch, yet another punch. After 100 punches, the furry zombie was finally unable to withstand Yi Shiwen's attack anymore. With a tragic scream, its entire body exploded, with its poisonous blood flying around. "Haha, this is fun," said Yi Shiwen as he laughed loudly. Currently, there were very few people who could go up against his physical body head-to-head. As a result, he didn't have many chances to utilize his full strength in his attacks. Yi Shiwen defeated even an expert like the 8 Stars School's school leader with 2 punches alone. On the other side of the battlefield, the defeat of the furry zombies had become inevitable. Among those Transcendent Realm experts, 2 people among them possessed truly horrifying strength. One of them was a white-haired old man with a youthful appearance. He was wearing a lunar white long robe and seemed a little familiar. The other person was Li Feng. These 2 people had already killed more than 20 furry zombies in only a short amount of time. With the assistance of the other Overlord forces, the wave of zombies was finally suppressed. Yi Shiwen went back to kill the zombie that the true martial school was going against. To him, these furry zombies didn't pose much of a threat now. Just as everyone worked together to kill the last furry zombie, the entire cave started rumbling. The entire floor surface was vibrating fanatically. From afar, everyone could see a transportation platform slowly rising deep within the cave. Upon the bright platform, 10 token plates were materialized in front of everyone's eyes. In an instant, everyone's gaze shifted towards those token plates. Those token plates are used to enter the ancient Baron's continent. Only with these token plates would one be able to access that continent. Only 10 token plates would materialize every 100 years. Someone among the martial warriors yelled, which caused everyone's gaze to be locked onto those token plates. They never expected such limitations to exist. This was truly beyond their expectations. That's right, said an old martial warrior, affirming this theory. In the ancient times, the ancient Baron's continent is the highest plane of existence. Every 100 years, only 10 outstanding people would have the chance to acquire the token plate and head to the ancient Baron's continent. However, one can bring 10 people along with 1 token plate. Everyone's heart sank. They never expected that only 10 people would have the chance to head to the ancient Baron's continent every 100 years. Some people might not even be able to access it before dying. Not everyone could stand on this transportation platform. However, the temptation of breaking through the upper limits of their cultivation made them desire the token plates greatly. Who cares about those overlord forces? If it makes me stronger, I can even sever all ties with others. Who cares about their threats? This one is mine. At this instant, the Burning Heavens sect leader took action. He instantly presented his Burning Heavens door and unleashed a fire pillar. The fire pillar enveloped the token plate and entered his hands. Immediately after, the other overlord forces that brought their garrisoned martial instruments along did the same. Everyone could only watch the overlord forces do so. After all, the garrisoned martial instruments were too mighty. Even if the preparations weren't complete and the garrisoned martial instruments weren't in their full might, their might far surpasses a transcendent tool. What's more, Most people here didn't possess a transcendent tool. Everyone could only watch 6 token plates being taken away in an instant. Fortunately, everyone was afraid of enraging the mass. As such, each faction only took 1 token plate. They didn't take all the token plates present. The 4 remaining token plates suddenly became incredibly alluring in everyone's eyes. Even Yi Shiwen was prepared to take action. Now he finally understood why Li Feng said he must acquire a token plate. Li Feng had already known about it beforehand. What identity does Li Feng have? How does he know so much? However, the doubts in his heart merely appeared for a while. He decided not to venture further into it. Now, there wasn't any time for him to contemplate it any longer. He didn't touch the first 6 token plates because of those garrisoned martial instruments. There was already a garrisoned martial instrument within his Tianyuan mirror. As such, he was aware of how mighty a garrisoned martial instrument was. There was no need for him to ask for more trouble. As such, he could only take 1 from the remaining 4 token plates. Without waiting for anyone to react, the white-haired old man with a youthful appearance and Li Feng both took action. They effortlessly snatched the remaining 2 token plates, and no one dared to refute them. After all, they were too strong. Their previous demeanor, when killing 10 zombies continuously, had shocked the crowd. Their efficiency in killing the zombies was far better than the overlord factions that brought a garrisoned martial instrument along. At this moment, Yi Shiwen took action as well. He didn't want to wait for the last token plate. When that time comes, the competition for the token plates would become too intense. With a swipe, a token plate landed in Yi Ziwen's hand. The texture of the token plate felt gentle, as it wasn't a physical object. It was materialized through some form of energy. The energy was extremely scarce, as only 10 token plates would be materialized every 100 years. Stop! Put the token plate down. Otherwise, it'll kill you. A sect master level stray, transcendent realm expert, rushed ahead, with his eyes filled with red. Under the influence of the token plate, he had already gone a little crazy. He couldn't care less about the repercussions any longer. For people that had achieved the strength of a sect master level, they had already reached the limits of their cultivation path. If nothing unexpected happens, they could only slowly await death, just like their preceding ancestors. However, now that the chance to ascend to the ancient Baron's continent was right in front of him, he would never let it go. For this opportunity, he had already descended into a mild madness. Compared to other people, Yi Shiwen seemed easier to deal with. Yi Shiwen sneered and glanced around his surroundings. All he saw were gazes filled with greed, staring on the token plate in his hand. Among the 9 people that had acquired the token plate, Yi Shiwen was the weakest. If they wanted to snatch a token plate away, Yi Shiwen would be the best target. You're seeking death. How dare you think of taking my stuff? Before the Transcendent Realm expert could release any other words of threats, Yi Shiwen had already lunged himself toward said expert. He clenched his fingers into a fist, and his aura was raised to the maximum. Golden divinites were instantly clad throughout his body. He was even mightier than when he was previously fighting against the 8 Stars School's school leader. His fist intent radiated a fist brilliance and came crashing down like a light pillar. That stray, transcendent realm cultivator immediately erected all his defense. The instant Yi Shiwen started his attack, the stray cultivator finally came back to his senses. Indeed, while he was the weakest among 9 of them, they were all peerlessly ruthless individuals. Previously, when the 8 Stars School's school leader was fighting against him, the school leader almost had no chance of retaliating and was virtually crippled. However, it was too late for him to make any appropriate reactions. Yi Ziwen's fist was like a mountain, which crushed through all his defenses, reaching his body. Bang! He was immediately blown away by that punch. All his armor and defensive martial instruments were all shattered in an instant. He was secretly amazed by how strong Yi Zaiwen's physical body was. Before his emotions of amazement faded, Yi Zaiwen's next fist had already arrived. Boom! It was another punch that weighed as much as a mountain. He finally couldn't hold it in any longer, and blood was spewed out from his mouth. His body flew away once more. However, Yi Shiwen didn't let him go just like that. His shattering star fist came landing upon the stray cultivator continuously. Boom! 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 The stray cultivator was beaten to death by Yi Shiwen, and the Tianyuan mirror extracted his blood essence. Anyone else against me? Yi Shiwen stared at the crowd with an ice-cold gaze. Everyone was frightened, and dare not plot for Yi Zaiwen's token plate any longer. They also felt pity for the sect leader level stray cultivator, as he was acting a little too rashly. Although there were only 10 token plates now, 10 were produced every 100 years. Even if he lost the chance this time, he might acquire it next time. After all, the lifespan of a transcendent realm expert was too long. At the very least, he would have tens of chances. Even the Overlord factions dare not occupy all of the token plates. Otherwise, it would incite the rage of the public. Besides, 1 token allows 10 people to advance to the ancient Baron's continent. Even for an Overlord force, they might need a few tokens within the span of 1,000 years. After all, they didn't dare to bring all their transcendent realm experts to the ancient Baron's continent, unless they wanted to leave their foundations alone. As such, these stray cultivators had their chances as well. Seeing no one's objection, Yi Shiwen finally returned to the true martial schools group. Everyone in the school felt excited upon seeing Yi Shiwen acquiring a token plate. Chapter 8:21. Chapter 8:21. Parting just like what Yi Shiwen had expected. Almost everyone placed their life on the line when fighting for the last token plate. Other than Yi Shiwen acquiring a token plate, no one else held any objections against the other 8 people taking it. However, other than those people, no one else had such a strong deterrence. The fight for the last token was too hectic. Every Overlord forces, true martial domain forces, various stray cultivators, and experts were all massacring each other solely for the last token plate. Yi Shiwen was merely spectating aside. No matter how intense the battle was, he didn't care about it at all. In truth, those people that had acquired the token plate had backed out from the commotion. If they were to join in, the public's rage would be incited. "Junior brother, let's leave," suggested Huang Wuji. Since the token plate had been acquired, their goal here had already been achieved. "All right." Yi Shiwen nodded. The people that were currently staying behind were all aiming for the last token plate. Besides, he didn't have the plans of going to the ancient Baron's continent right now. If all the remaining problems weren't settled ultimately, he wouldn't be able to depart safely. The true martial school still had too many enemies within the true martial domain. Currently, almost every member of the Yi family had already joined the true martial school. If the true martial school's problems weren't settled with, he wouldn't be able to leave. The departure of the true martial school's crowd did not attract much attention. With Yi Shiwen presiding over the true martial school, no one dared to snatch their token plate anymore. Everyone's attention were attracted to the last token plate. Upon leaving the cave, as they wanted to return to the true martial school, a voice resounded from afar. "All of you from the true martial school, please stay behind." Everyone turned their heads and saw Li Feng calling to them. After a short while, Li Feng had already reached their side. "What other advice does Senior Li have?" asked Yi Shiwen as he stepped forward and cupped his hands. Li Feng merely smiled. "None. I'm leaving for the ancient Barons soon. Only am worried about leaving my daughter here alone, which is why I'm planning to bring her along with me." "Your daughter?" Everyone's eyes widened. They could tell how powerful Li Feng was, and were all clueless about who his daughter was. Everyone's expression went blank. "My child, wake up now." Li Feng waved his hand, and a divine light surged out, instilling itself within Xiao Ya's body. What did you do to her? The fair maiden Peak's chief frowned and yelled at Li Feng. Although Li Feng was extremely strong, Xiao Ya was still her closed-door disciple, which she viewed as her successor. How could she tolerate someone hurting her? Yi Zaiwen's gaze turned sharp as well. In a cold tone, he said, "Senior Li, please explain clearly what have you done?" Xiao Ya weighed a lot in his heart. Although they had been separated for a few years, the bond between them hadn't changed. Li Feng didn't react to the true martial school's rage. Instead, he merely smiled and was even enlightened. Before the situation advanced any further, a clear voice came out of Xiao Ya's voice. "Daddy." Xiao Ya rushed into Li Feng's embrace and cried softly, "I thought that I wouldn't be able to see you anymore." Everyone in the true martial school were shocked. Are they father and daughter? Xiao Ya had never mentioned her father at all. Yi Shiwen had known of Xiao Ya the earliest, ever since she was still a child. And yet, she had never mentioned her father before. Besides, if she had a father, why would she be wandering around the secret territory? Seeing how everyone was still in disbelief, Li Feng couldn't help but explain, "Xiao Ya is my daughter. Only her memories were sealed by me in the past, and she didn't know about my existence." Everyone came to a revelation. It was no wonder why Xiao Ya had never mentioned her father before. However, they got even more curious. For what reason did Li Feng seal his daughter's memories? Seeing how Li Feng and Xiao Ya had no intention of explaining, everyone felt it inappropriate to ask, as it was their family's internal matter. Originally, I didn't want Xiao Ya to start cultivating so early, and yet my plan was destroyed by you, brat. Li Feng looked at Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen smiled bitterly. In the end, it still became his problem. It was no wonder why Xiao Ya had no cultivation when they first met, despite her having an outstanding foundation and aptitude. Yi Shiwen could only smile bitterly, while the fair maiden Peak's chief was lost in words. She had spent so much effort raising Leah, intending to make Leah her successor. And yet, Leah's father wanted to bring her to the ancient barons. The fair maiden Peak's chief's plan on making her a successor had been destroyed. However, she couldn't say anything now. After all, compared to her, Leah's father, Li Feng was much stronger. At the very least, she couldn't see through Li Feng's cultivation. Besides, they were going to the ancient barons, which was better for Leah's development than the true martial domain. Forget it, this is your fate. Li Feng let out a sigh and cupped his hands. Xiao Ya had given many troubles to all of you when she was together with your true martial school. I thank all of you for that. Xiao Ya's head came out from Li Feng's embrace. She looked at Yi Shiwen and the fair maiden Peak's chief with reluctance. Big brother Yi Master. Although her memories were awakened, the two of them had engraved an unerasable mark in her life. Follow your father. Who knows, I might go to the ancient barons as well, said the fair maiden Peak's chief. She was currently still in her youthful years. If she didn't go to the ancient barons, it might become the regret of her life. When that time comes, we might be able to meet each other once more. Hearing what her master said, Xiao Ya felt a little reassured. She looked at Yi Shiwen once more and said, Big brother Yi, how about we leave together? It's fine. I still have matters I'd like to settle before going to the ancient barons, which I don't know how long it would take. Just leave first. After this, if fate allows it, we would meet each other once more. Yi Shiwen shook his head. He knew how much safer it would be to go to the ancient barons together with Li Feng. However, a martial warrior's path was destined to be lonely. If he required others' protection, it served no purpose for him to go to the ancient barons' continent. Upon hearing Yi Zaiwen's words, Xiao Ya couldn't hold in her tears anymore. Her glittering tears continuously flowed from her eyes and fell to the ground. All right, silly girl. You'll meet him again in the future. This kid isn't an unambitious person. In the future, find him after hearing about his name. Li Feng had no choice but to comfort her. His daughter was the only worry of his heart and the only thing he cared about. Southern Dipper, are you giving up on all your foundations here and going to the ancient barrens? An old and cold voice resounded from afar. It was the lunar white-colored old man clad in a long robe. Currently, he was treading by stepping on lights. What about it, Big Dipper? Do you want to fight against me here? Li Feng snorted and strode forward. He hid Xiaoyu behind him in a secretive manner. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I just never expected such a great hero like you to give up on your foundations and transcend to the ancient Baron's continent, said the old man, Big Dipper, in a plain manner. He then glanced at Xiaoya, who was hidden behind Li Feng. Foundations? What foundations? Haha, I was just too short-sighted last time. In the end, this kid's vision is much broader than mine. Li Feng turned to look at Yi Shiwen. The establishments that I had established for half of my life amounted to nothing in the end. Everything is fate. Since fate forbids me to do so, I shall not go against it. Yi Shiwen was confused. What does it have to do with me? If you're willing to let go of all your establishment and dissolve the Southern Dipper, I won't hold you accountable for what you did in the past, said the old man, Big Dipper. Even if your plan succeeded, it's impossible for the native clan to revive. They had already perished since long ago. Even with all your remaining descendants of the native clan, it's impossible to revive the native clan. Everyone in the true martial school was shocked, as they had acquired shocking information that might shock even the entire world. Native clan, remaining descendants. Li Feng was of the native clan. In other words, Xiaoyu might be from the native clan as well. Everyone couldn't believe it, as they couldn't tell previously. As for the fair Maiden Peak's chief, she didn't think much about it. No matter which race Xiaoyu was still her disciple. That was all there was to it. Only, Yi Shiwen didn't mind it at all. No matter what, Xiao Ya's position within his heart wouldn't change. He only came to a revelation. All the previous, unexplainable matters now had a suitable explanation, including the reason for Xiao Ya's slow growth rate. After so many years, she matured only a little. There was her absurd talent as well. She could be of the native clan, although it wasn't clear which native clan she was from. Everything was now explainable. Haha, this kid's right. There aren't any distinctions between justice and evil. It's merely two races fighting for space of survival. After seeing through it, everything became negligible now, said Li Feng. I have already dispersed the Southern Dipper. It'll also bring the remaining native clan members to the ancient Baron's continent. There's no need for you to worry about it. That's great, said the old man Big Dipper. However, I want the token plate in your possession. After all, one token plate doesn't suffice in bringing away all the native clan members, said Li Feng. All right, no problem. The old man Big Dipper's response was very straightforward, without any hints of delay. Big Dipper, Southern Dipper. Yi Shiwen suddenly remembered the two huge groups beneath the starry skies. Even he was a member of the Big Dipper. If that's the case, the two people in front of me are the Big Dipper Constellation Emperor and the Southern Dipper Constellation Emperor. Seeing Yi Zaiwen's stunned look, the old man Big Dipper finally said, Do you understand now? You still think he's a good person?